Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel. The ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield. A star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword. A Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain. A dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seer, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart. A dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card. A human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn's City of Towers to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems, the Emerald Claw, and a looming war. At the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razorcrag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War. It's been too long since we've been able to hear that music and watch that kind of video. Good to see everyone today. Welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome, everybody. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my damn. Oh, my goodness. Trent's going to ham. What's up, Trent? Thank you so much for the resub, Trent. I appreciate it. And welcome, Arvanauts. Welcome all to a Saturday night stream. Oh, my God. Triffany Rats with the resub. 64 months. 2 to the 6. That's true. Almost 6. My goodness. We are now, let's see, 5 years and 4 months. Very exciting. Welcome, everybody, and thank you all so much, as always, for being here. Welcome to a Saturday stream. It is July 12th, and the time has come for us to play a little bit of that thing we call D&D with I&B. It is Eberron Oracle of War. This is part 2 of the final tribute, and the final tribute is the first part of the final season of D&D with Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War. Very excited to continue with this campaign. We got a good one coming up for you tonight, a good session, so please spread the word. Let everybody know, and thank you all for being here. Before we go any further, a couple of quick reminders about ways to support the channel. If you haven't done so already, please follow the channel. Check out our YouTube with !ArvTube. Discord is !ArvCord. Twitter is !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. And again, Blue Sky is definitely where I want to push people, that and YouTube. YouTube, because we're trying to get people subscribed over there. We've done very well with that. We're at a new record, 1,106 subscribers. So the more, every new subscriber over at YouTube is a new record for us. It's free for you to do that. Really helps us out and gives you access to content. So please do that. And again, Blue Sky I'm trying to push because I want to get off of Twitter, and I'm close to being able to do so. I wanted to do so when I hit 1,000 subscribers on 1,000 followers on Blue Sky. I'm up to 938, I think it is. So I don't know, maybe I'll even do it at 950, but I definitely want to get a little bit higher. So please do follow me on Blue Sky with !ArvSky. I would love that. And again, don't forget to follow Gen GMs, Gen GMs, for our DM and GM tip show that Zach Clay and I do. We are very excited about that, as we are closing in on 100 subscribers on that YouTube channel, so please do that if you can. ArvanElleron.com, the webpage for that. On the financial side, !Arv Shops, the merchandise area. !Arvtreon is the Patreon, where we're trying to get that back into triple digits. That is really the financial backbone of the channel. Again, you can get cool, unique stuff from the Patreon, and also stuff to move us towards various channel goals. That includes inspirations to help our tabletop players. You can do that as well if you've subscribed to the channel at a high enough level. So please consider doing both of those things, including that subscription, as I previously mentioned. If you have not done so already, thank you very much. I appreciate it. If you have not done so already, please consider as well checking out stuff on the publishing side. !Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. !Library, my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library. That's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment. And !Greyshade. That's my Greyshade IP, Greyshade Renegade Heretic, the Grey Assassin trilogy from Athos Arts. You can get that right now. You can also get the tabletop role-playing game. You can pre-order the tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, which is coming out now in just a few short weeks. In fact, as I speak, Gen Con is getting started, let's see, basically 3 weeks, more or less, a little under 3 weeks from now. And so right around 3 weeks is going to be the release of the Greyshade tabletop role-playing game. I am very excited for it. And it is designed by our very own Brandon O'Brien and coming to you from Alligator Alley Entertainment. So you can pre-order that now. And you can also get the audiobook of Greyshade from our very own Trent Sparks, who is also going to be doing the last 2 books in the Grey Assassin trilogy in audio form, Renegade and Heretic. Those are going to be coming out by the fall. So I'm very excited for all of that. And again, that's !Greyshade. I had what? And as always, !BLM, Black Lives Matter. Very important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. !Help Now. That's the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And !Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage. And we send the message we'll do so for others in this situation in the future. Eberron continues tonight, then we'll be off tomorrow, and on Tuesday I will be back with Tari Toons doing our Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration stream, Stealer of Souls. Probably will be wrapping up that book on that day. Then I will be over at the GOG.com with Pen and Pixels, continuing Expeditions Rome. We are making the turn towards the end game in that game, I believe. Really love that game so much. It's been great. And then tomorrow night, or not tomorrow night, Tuesday night, I should say, the Arvocalist will be returning with more Citizen Sleeper 2. So we've got a lot of good stuff coming up next week. And also, we've got a D&D with viewer stream coming up, and one, maybe more than one, but probably just one more Blueprint stream, as I've kind of almost done as much as I'm going to do on stream with that game, but probably probably one more Blueprint stream before we head back to Oblivion Remastered. So that's what we're looking like. I'm very excited for all of that, but right now I'm going to unmute myself and apologize to anyone that I may have interrupted because I couldn't hear them. And then I'm going to unmute them. And last but certainly not least, I'm going to head over to reveal to you the crew. They are here. They are prepared to go. As my shirt says today, I'm not wearing an IMB shirt because it's really hot, so I'm not wearing my long sleeve shirt. But I am going to say the can confirm 20, my can confirm D20 shirt. So I am wearing that. So I can confirm that the crew is here, and I am very excited to see them all. We have not played enough as of late because we're all busy people with busy schedules. But fear not, chat. We will ramp back up as we continue along here as timing and schedule permits. But I'm going to start with the gentleman on the bottom left of the ziggurat here, who is repping the INB pride right there, and specifically best bad idea we've ever had shirts and all that. And that is our very own Tren Sparks. Tren, good to see you. Of course, a incredibly skilled and highly awarded voice book narrator. I'm going to continue to push this until the awards start flowing in because that's.
I was going to say,
you deserve them.
Part,
I'm manifesting the change I wish to see. Okay. But anyway, it's a pleasure to have Tren with us. Tren, how you doing? How's life in the universe with you? And whom are you playing this evening?
And I'm playing.
I see. It's one of those.
Just draw out the suspense, buddy. Draw out the suspense. Keep it going.
Okay.
Take a shot.
I'm drawing out the suspense.
Yeah, no, I know. That's exactly what you were. We're gonna get to this. We're gonna get to the stage. We're gonna get to the stage. You realize as we're in the end. We're in the end, the final season of this particular campaign, where it's gonna be one of those like you go to see a rock concert and the person just like you go to a Billy Joel concert, right? And he goes, "It's 9 o'clock," and then holds out the mic and doesn't have to sing the rest of the song. That's what it's gonna be. You're just gonna be like, "I'm Tren and I play," and then everyone else will fill it in. I'm Jen and I'm playing Nisi on it. That's all it is. We all know now. But having said that, who are you actually playing?
I am playing. You just said it a moment.
I know.
The
Enchanted Tagashon de Kenneth of the House of Kenneth, the House of Making. He's somewhat not disenfranchised. He's
disenchanted.
Disenchanted with his house. Not the house. The leadership of his house.
The leadership of the house, yes.
Sort of like.
I was going to say that sounds very familiar.
I can't be any parallels to real world events.
No,
we don't do that.
Because, like we say in Battlestar Galactica, this has all happened before. It will all happen again. He is a battlesmith artificer. He does not currently have a mechano good boy named Spanner. He hasn't made him yet. He's been working on something else for the last little couple of minutes.
Yes.
But we'll get to that. He, like a lot of my characters, has some trust issues when people are either way too nice or do shit like say, "Oh, we need you to go here and get some information." And you go and get the information, you come back and like, "Yeah, that's what we've heard." It's like, motherfucker.
We confirm what you say. Why did you send me? Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, God. You guys. You guys.
It's their responsibility. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah. So, it's basically a leather-bound Santa Claus, which sounds kinky.
Yeah.
There's no way to finish that sentence, which sounds kinky.
And it
right.
is.
And so
I was actually just the other day, I was talking to a buddy of mine in London, and I mentioned the book Santa Steps Out. Do not look it up. Do not look it up. He did.
Yeah.
He did, and he saw the cover art and was like, "Oh my God!" Yeah, I told you, don't look it up. But it's, that's a book. That's sort of like when Pierce Anthony wrote Cornucopia, and he said, "I tried to fit in every kink I could think of." That's sort of what the other thing is like. Yeah.
Shattermage says, "Look up what? Apparently, you're
Nothing.
not supposed to look up something
Nothing,
about
nothing,
Santa doing
tra-la-la.
things." Yeah, exactly.
Santa steps out.
Santa
Yeah.
steps out. Don't look that up, apparently. And if someone does, you can then let us know. Maybe it'll be like the sound you were telling us about in the green room chat of someone dry heaving in the bushes
Yes.
outside. You know,
It was a cat, but cats are people too. So
something in the air, fall in the sky. Don't look up. No. It's something much worse, apparently. Anyway. And I don't want to get down this rabbit hole, but I have heard good things.
It's ironic you say that, Arv.
Has anyone seen the new Superman? Because I have heard good things about it, but I don't know if anyone
I have not
has
seen it, but I have also heard
good things about it.
Oh yeah, heard a lot.
Yeah, because I don't know. I was curious about that because I'm not the biggest gun fan. I'm like the only person on the planet who didn't love Guardians of the Galaxy, but I certainly
that gun was what?
Yeah, no, that right? Isn't that
with two ends?
That's the guy. Yeah, with two ends. Yeah,
right.
I've heard good about things about it from people I trust. Yeah, I'll be interested to check it out. Anyway, I was just curious. Maybe think of, you said look up in the sky, it's a plane, and I immediately, the deal. Anyway, always a pleasure to have Trent with us. I'm very excited to hear what comes in tonight with some of the stuff we're going to get into with these shenanigans. Also a pleasure to have the amazing and awesome Marie Bilodeau with us. It's good to see you. Marie, you should know that my son, who just did a star turn as a sailor in the Missoula Children's Theater production of Blackbeard. So I want you all to know that, he had several lines, including sailors are clearly better than pirates. He's very proud of that line. Anyway, but one of the kids in his group of people, last name was Bilodeau. And that was the second time I've ever seen that name, because I obviously knew you first. So I don't know. I don't know if there's a big Bilodeau family commitment to children's theater I don't know about or something. But I just wanted to tell you that I saw that and yesterday and it was on my mind. How are you otherwise? And who are you playing tonight, Marie?
I'm good, thank you. Well, I'm getting over flu/plague/. So if I just kind of slowly fall over and start snoring, just mute me. It's okay. I'm happy. But speaking of the Bilodeau name, there are 3 branches of Bilodeau's. The story says that in the 1700s/1600s came over, and my family branch, it may not surprise you, has this is a story I've just heard from various places in the family and various people. Out of the 3 branches of the Bilodeau family, one of them, apparently, so the story goes, the Bilodeau who crossed over was murdered and their identity stolen by my ancestor.
Wow. Did not expect that to happen.
So I might have been looking at a pseudo Bilodeau, is what you're saying, like an ersatz Bilodeau,
that's what I am. I am a pseudo Bilodeau because apparently, and it's funny because I'd heard it from my family and stuff, and then I was working at Harvey's during university days, and this person comes over and we're talking I'm flipping onions for him and pickles, and then he goes, you're a Bilodeau, and I'm like, I am. We have a look, and he goes, I'm a Bilodeau too, and I go, oh great. He goes, Lac Saint Jean. I'm like, yeah, that's my family. We're Lac Saint Jean Bilodeau. He goes, you hear the story about the ancestor who murdered them? I'm like, yeah.
So
And then we high-fived pseudo Bilodeau way, and then he went on his way. And so
Proxima says that's Bilodeau, with it. Yeah, that's well done, Proxima.
So I just want to be sure. You're saying actual surviving members of your Bilodeau line use the story of that ancestral genocide to determine whether you're actually Bilodeaus?
Yeah,
or
apparently.
She's not saying.
Yeah, exactly.
Because I spoke. Yeah, no, apparently, and there's a lot of family pride according to this, because they've been sharing Bilodeau's. We like sharing our stories. So they've been sharing this story for because we came over in 1600s here. They've been sharing this story through generations.
Wow.
Of just the murder in the family. That one murder. There's others, but I mean that one specifically.
My side of the family was more committed because I was willing to murder to keep this name. I just
to gained the name.
My side of the family
name.
had more murders than your side of the family.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes,
That's what like Shatter said in chat. My relatives are identity thieves. High five. Like, good gravy.
Wow. So I'm just there. You go. So the sweet child you met in the theater might actually have been the descendant of murderers.
Your family stories, Marie, are either directly out of QAnon or are 100% true, and I'm sure that they are 100% true.
They
and
are, sadly.
I think they're more like out of creepypasta, to be honest.
Or well, yeah.
That's not even my best one,
Twilight
too.
Zone.
Yeah, that's not my best one. But we have to be.
Yes,
you know,
this is when she's not injuring herself either. So I'm just saying.
Right.
So
right.
You know.
So when not stealing anyone else's identity, what identity are you representing tonight, Marie?
Well, perhaps theoretically unstolen identity, although self-imposed identity in Tunisiana's family.
Wait a minute, that's true. This is all part of your like playing out this whole thing, and it was all this. I showed up on the doorstep, and you're like, no, I'm actually just living out my ancestors' lives, like basically.
Of my family.
It's called honoring. Thank you.
Right. The season.
I'll have you know.
The series finale actually has Merame being like, Merame Di Jarasco. Like, oh no, where's these?
No, she's just gonna be one of the faceless men.
Yeah, right.
Go there. There you go.
Where did Nisiana go? So I play Verime Hawksmoor. I am a College of Sword bard who's about to cough. I have a lot of fun. I'm excited to be traveling with my friends, although it's getting a little bit like on the deadly side. But we got this, and tonight should be fun. I'm excited. Yay!
Very exciting to have Marie with us as always. Moving on down the line, I'm going to. I don't know, Brandon. You know, can we hear stories about how you're like, my name's not actually Brandon O'Brien. It's Fred Jones Smith guy person. Like what? Like I don't know.
I've been a Bilodeau all along.
Exactly. I'm part of the Trinity Bilodeau.
The true Bilodeau.
The Bilodeau who survived.
the Trinido, if you will.
Made a brief tangent in Haiti and then dispersed around the Caribbean somehow.
Yeah.
I mean, look, rum, sugar, coffee. What's not to love?
Yeah,
Keep it real.
Oh my God. You know? How are you, Brandon? How's life in the universe with you? And yeah, it was me, Austin. It was me all along, Austin. Oh man, how you doing, Brandon? And who are you playing tonight?
I am very good. I have been very busy. I can't even remember how long it has been since the last time that we played. It's been a while. And at that time, I have been doing a lot of things. My brain is very full of work. So I'm very excited to put all of that aside briefly and roll some dice. And see how long we all don't die this time. The only consumption of media thought that I have to share right now is a thing that I've been processing for my newsletter that is actually very weird and strange to me. There is a Netflix drama, a Japanese Netflix drama called Mogura, which is a police drama about a police officer who is sent undercover in a rap group to determine where their weed growing operation is, because Japan has very strict anti-marijuana legislation. And when I describe this to you, it sounds dry and very uninteresting, like the kinds of 6-episode, very strict police doing police things caliber of drama. Its narration is performed in the form of 16-bar rap verse.
Nice.
The lead actor in the show is a rapper by trade, a very talented rapper named Hanya. The story is that the show is based on a true story of an actual cop who pretended to be a rapper in order to discover a rap group's weed operation.
So cop rap instead of cop rock. Okay.
Cop rap.
And I'm inclined to believe it because the story itself, the only person who attests to the story is a Japanese rapper who has been held so often on marijuana possession that one time in the 2010s he had finished his term in jail for marijuana possession, recorded a song about how he wanted to turn over a new leaf and no longer commit crimes, and then immediately got held for marijuana possession.
That's just the new leaf he was.
I was just going to say that he turned over the new leaf.
Yeah, the new marijuana leaf that was now being
The new marijuana leaf.
So yeah,
this sounds like the Japanese weed version of Point Break is what it sounds like.
It literally is, and I'm having so much fun. I'm like, this is so, everybody is being so strict about marijuana, but it's also very entertaining. I don't know how to feel. So if you're looking for a thing to kill 8 hours of all of your brain cells, that's a thing that you should watch on Netflix. Hi everybody, I'm Brandon O'Brien. I'm a poet, writer, and game designer from Trinidad and Tobago, and tonight I play Rowan Shallow, who assumes that now, given that we haven't been given instructions to actually enter into the fray of combat, that for the next 2 sessions, no one will die.
Bold of you to assume that combat is the only way in which people can die.
God.
We shall see. No, I am excited for that. I should also mention that Brandon was just talking about this today. The Worldcon schedule has now gone live. That is something that Marie and I are involved in on the scheduling track side, that Jen is involved in on the scheduling track side, and that Brandon is involved in on the scheduling track side. But Brandon and I are going to be on a live streaming panel with our friend and former Speculate co-host Mike Underwood, doing a live streaming panel at Worldcon. I'll be posting my schedule about that later. I gotta get through ReaderCon, and then I'll post my Gen Con schedule, and then I'll post my Worldcon schedule. But anyway, I did want to mention that that's happening, and that you'll see Jen and Brandon and me doing the Greyshade TTRPG, I guess sort of debut live stream, or at least live version debut of Greyshade, the TTRPG that Brandon has designed, and that's coming up at Gen Con. So I'm excited about that.
Gen Con. So yes, I'm struggling to keep both schedules in my brain.
No, same.
So closer to the end of the month, you will see what those things look like. But suffice it to say that Gen Con and Worldcon are going to be a great deal of fun.
Yes, I am looking forward to it. Always a pleasure to have Brandon with us, and also a pleasure to have the aforementioned Jennifer Brozek with us, who is joined as always by Kat. So it is good to see you, Jen. How is everything with you? I see everything's fine with the cat. How's everything fine with you? And how's everything going with you? And whom are you playing this evening?
It's hot. And I have a cat that's made of lava who wants to sit on it. That's how it's.
Cat made of lava. Love it.
And in the Pacific Northwest, it's currently 85 degrees, or about 29 Celsius, I think it is. In any case, we're supposed to hit over 90 by next week.
Woof.
Which
is a lot for that area.
Well, good thing you're coming to, balmy Indianapolis soon. So,
Yeah. So on the family side of things, the only thing that I can think of that would be relevant, on my mom's side of the family, we're a mixture of mixture of Scottish, Irish, and German, including the McGregor family, the royal McGregor family, most of whom got their heads chopped off in the 1800s in a peasant uprising. Clearly not all of them died because we exist.
Yeah.
But
same, by the way, my clan spent most of its time being ambushed and somehow getting out of it. Very, very naive and gullible, very resilient though.
I'm saying this is one of the reasons that I have my Apocalypse Girl persona, and I'm one of those people when I walk into the room, I'm like, oh, okay, those are the exits, those are the weapons I can use, those are the people I can push in front of me, that kind of thing.
Yes, so Jen's family is martyrs, not murderers. Yes, exactly.
Well, I don't know. The Polish side, my father's Polish side, my grandmother swears that we're royalty, but I think she was telling tales out of school. So that is the thing. There was something else, but I don't remember it. Other than schedule-wise, I'm working on Gen Con schedule this week, and then next week I will work on Worldcon schedule, because there's a lot going on in there. And in the middle, I have written 4 short stories, turned them in, and gotten them all accepted in the last month.
Congratulations, as always.
Including, for those of you, 2 BattleTech stories. One of which that will go live for the free fiction on August 1st, so in just over 2 weeks, while I'm at Gen Con. So I'm quite pleased with that. It's nice to be writing again, not just editing. I'm going to say that's all that I can remember right now. I'm playing Nisiana Di Jurasco, halfling healer from the House of Healing, dragon marked. Oh, so subtle when she, does her magic and 10 feet of swirling dragons comes out.
Yep.
By the way, I've talked with Grace P. Fong and given her all the information about my character, and she's already said that we can post it up, at least on the stream, so people can see when it's done.
Super excited for that, yeah.
And you may be able to see it in person because she might be bringing it to Worldcon.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, because she will be at Worldcon.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's it.
Very cool. Always a pleasure to have Jen with us. Thank you, Jen. And last but certainly not least, always a pleasure to have one Mr. John Helfers with us as well. I don't know whether it's sweltering in Green Bay right now or whether it's just sort of like relatively regular summer weather for Wisconsin.
It hit 80, so it's actually been a wet July for us, which is really weird. So I got some lawn work done. So there you go.
I see. Okay. So how are you, John? And who are you playing?
Yeah. Oh, hold on. So Indy, this is all Trent's fault.
Oh. Okay.
So of course I went to look up Santa Steps Out.
Follow instructions, man.
Yeah, exactly. You say zig, I say zag. But so Robert Devereaux, the author of Santa Steps Out, is an author I know. We actually published him back in the day when I was working for Technobooks. And interestingly, there's a limited hardcover edition of this book out, and it's Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, Tooth Fairy have shenanigans. For those of you who don't want to look it up.
Hardcover, you say.
What is really weird about the hardcover book is it says, with forewords by David G. Hartwell and Patrick Labruto.
What?
Okay, thank you, Arv. That was exactly my reaction.
Well, first of all, Hartwell?
For those who don't know, in publishing, Hartwell was like the freaking horror and just fiction editor of like the 70s, 80s, and 90s. I mean, he was a towering figure in the field. Pat Labruto also, I think, worked at Tor for like 20 years. These two were like giants in the field, and yet somehow Devereaux had some sort of alchemy, blackmail, I don't know what. Like, hey, write a forward for this weird holiday sex book. And they both apparently agreed.
That's wild.
Yeah.
I met
Flabbergasted.
And
Flabbergasted.
Wild. Yeah, wow.
Yeah. So maybe it was the roaring 70s. I don't know. The book has 49.
Sure.
It has 49 reviews on Amazon.
Edit it.
They didn't say edit. They wrote forwards. They wrote forward.
Although,
I think they drew the line.
If he edited it,
the book,
it would have been even better.
Yeah, I just can't believe it. Dark Highway Press back in the days when indie presses were a dime a dozen. Apparently, they did a hardcover limited edition. Okay, so anyway, yeah, it's all Trent's fault. Who I'm playing? Oh, and then of course we have Gen Con in like a week and a half. For those who are going to be in Indianapolis, Gen Con.
Well,
week and a half. Yeah.
Wait, did you say a week and a half?
I think
How
you
fast
mean,
is time moving for you?
You mean more 2.5 weeks is what we're talking about.
2. I come in 2 weeks from tomorrow, so it's.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I spend the whole week there.
I'm getting there on Wednesday the 30th, so a little more than that.
Right. I will be leaving on the 29th, a red eye on the 29th.
All right.
And I already have meetings on the 30th.
So I don't
your
feel
answer,
so bad
Brandon,
then.
is slightly faster. So, anyways, yes, those are going to be in Indianapolis. Of course, come find the Catalyst booth and say hi. We'll have plenty of author signings that I'm currently working up right now, as a matter of fact, featuring several people from this very stream. So, or at least a couple. Not several, a couple. There we go. And there you go. Who am I playing? I am John Helfers, executive editor at Catalyst Game Labs, and also very, very, very part-time gamer with Infinity and Beyond. And I'm playing Ilarion, the Star-Forged Aegis. And I think that's all that needs to be said about that.
Good stuff. I am excited to have the crew with me, and let us get rolling by talking a little bit about what happened in our last stream. And let me put on a little bit of music. There we go. In our last session, the King's Citadel, having gone through an incredible amount of activity, having averted war several times, having managed to suss out the plans of the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. But they still have one fairly significant thorn in their side, and by that I mean the biggest thorn of them all, and that is the Lord of Blades. And what the Lord of Blades, the rogue warforged living in the Mornland, who is building an army large enough to conquer all of Middle-earth. No, an army large enough to deal and conquer much of Corvair. How is the Lord of Blades going to get all these people together? And what they have discovered is that through the use of an object known as the Oracle of Bones, he is seeking something called the Forge of Making, something which House Kenneth may have had some vague knowledge of back in the day. This forge, if done properly, might be enough to put out an enormous group of warforged at speed and scale, and basically create the army that the Lord of Blades is seeking for. And so, in an effort to avoid all of this, the King's Citadel has now been sent to the town of New Seer. New Seer is basically where the refugees from Seer, which was destroyed largely in the morning, which ended the last war. The refugees from New Seer, including the prince, the leader of New Seer, a man known as Prince Origev Erweinarn, is currently waiting. Now, all the reputation suggests that this is not a dramatic, impressive-looking place like Thrain, or certainly nothing like, the City of Towers or anything like that. This is a rundown refugee camp, for want of a better term. And so the party has been sent there in an attempt to find out where the Forge of Making is. Why? Because the aforementioned Prince Origever Wernon is likely to know where it is, because it was New Seer, or I should say Old Seer at the time, that was responsible for having done secret experiments in which the Forge of Making was used in the first place. So they have been sent, the King's Citadel, to essentially gather this information. But they have not gone alone, because with them is also or will be going with, in just a moment, after a conversation I'll talk about in just a moment, is the Oracle of War. Why? Because it's safest with them, as was pointed out the last time, and because there was a desire for the leader of New Seer to actually see this thing and see that it actually exists. Yes, there is danger associated with any time that you activate the Oracle of War, as was pointed out by Tanton in our last session. Nonetheless, this is also both the greatest threat in some ways that faces the party, and also its greatest advantage. It is possible that the Oracle, which has not been functioning normally for some time, will have much more to say before the end, especially since it appears that the Oracle may be powered by a few genies, and that's not something that anybody knew. So there's a lot of weird stuff going on with the Oracle, and so the Oracle of War is being sent with the party. The party is also accompanied by another person, and that is the ambassador to New Seer, whose name is Pater Gerard. And I think I have a picture that I had up here before. There we go. In which this ambassador is supposed to, on behalf of Brayland, is supposed to present the king's wishes, and to the extent that he can, try to help the party gather information and navigate some of the difficult diplomatic portions of what they're likely to find when they actually get to New Seer. To say that there's a bit of suspicion about people that they meet, especially relatively new people, would be underselling it. There's just a trifle bit of 17 levels worth of mistrust that has been built up. And yet the party has, of course, agreed as the King's Citadel to see what information they could gather. So we're just before we get on the airship to head there, though, there is a conversation which we promised would happen between Nisiana and Alarion, and I wanted to give that an opportunity to occur. I imagine that could happen after the conversation that happens with King Borinel, and after the orders have been given to actually send the King's Citadel to New Seer. So assuming that's the case after you've left the chamber, Nisiana and Alarion, I'll give you folks the opportunity to have this conversation. And it can be whoever wishes to approach whomever. That's up to you.
Well, him, because I don't know what it's about.
Okay. Right. We're about, we're going to leave soon, right?
Yes, you are. You could also do this on the airship if you wish.
That's what I was thinking. Let's get moving, and
that's fine. So we'll put you on. That's fine. So we'll talk about that next day. We put
assuming
you on the
there's
airship.
Nothing else anyone needs to do.
Well, one other thing, which is I want to check with Tanton on this. The information that you talked about, the other thing you've been working on, is this something which I think you're also going to reveal on the airship in a discussion with Rowan? Okay, so we're going to do that after we do Nicion and Alarian. Sounds good. All right, let's start with Nicion and Alarian and then move to Tanton. By the way, I know a little bit about the conversation that's going to happen with Tanton and Rowan. You will not want to miss this, people. This is going to be baller. I'm excited. All right, Nicion and Alarian. So you were
howitzer.
You were on the bridge of the ship.
Actually, it would be somewhere where there's just the two of us, because the captain and them are piloting something. Like if I see her on the deck, but I'll wait till a time when we're by ourselves.
Yeah, you can do that.
I will probably approach you last about putting a ribbon bracelet on your wrist, and I will need to measure your wrist.
Okay. So the other thing, all right. So first of all, I have to go. We're basically keeping up kind of the mind channels like almost all the time, right? It's kind of like second nature for us, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah.
That's kind of important for this conversation to happen. So, and Marie is still. Is Marie back? Her camera's off.
I think she shielded it. It's just
okay. All right. Well, I'm going to assume it's up because I'm going to need that channeling. So yes, at some point during the trip, Alarian comes over to you and says that basically their usual, it's not really much of a prologue, like, I have need of your counsel.
Oh, well, I have need of your wrist.
Okay, and they hold them up both out to you.
Just one.
Choose.
Your non-weapon one.
That would be the shield one.
Okay, then the shield one.
Okay, which is my left. I don't wish to sound naive. I know evil exists in the universe. I have been to other places. I have seen other dimensions. But I'm having a hard time rectifying what I experienced in our last fight. The place I was, I guess banished to is the word, if I'm not mistaken, was unlike anything I'd ever seen before. May I show you my interpretation of it?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm not out of game. I'm assuming I was sent to some sort of elemental plane of evil, basically, judging by the response I got once I arrived there.
I think you can pretty much assume we're talking about one of the 9 hells, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So, and using the mind link, of course, then I pretty much like give her, Alarian sight with basically just overwhelming tides of evil coming directly at me. It's just, devils, demons, vets, glassitude, whatever you want to call it, every kind of single thing.
Yep.
On this, as far as I can see, including the big monstrous, I can't even remember what the hell it was, coming at me as well.
It was I think a dragon, I believe, was heading.
It was some kind of dragon, but
beast.
not. Yeah, exactly. It was like more than. Yep. So, and so I give you a few seconds of that, which is unpleasant, and then, bring the vision to a stop, and I say, again, I'm not naive. I know evil exists. What I do not fathom is that there is a place where only evil exists. I don't understand how it would actually function, how the beings in it would survive without constantly worrying about being torn to pieces by the next biggest evil thing there. It seems to go against all logic. And I've been pondering it ever since I returned, and I do not have any answers, and that is troubling. So, I figured you, as a more spiritual member of our team, might be able to give me some insight as to why this is.
Not all evil is chaotic. And the thought that might makes right, and that being the only evil intent, might happen to the lessers, but those creatures you showed me had a great intellect. There are those who have their own rules, their own gods, their own creeds. I suspect if you are a small person on the ground, yes, might makes right, and you will always live in fear of being eaten by the bigger thing. So what you need to do is, need to know how to make allies. Evil isn't evil for evil's sake, I think. I don't know. Evil has a point of view that none of us agree with. But that doesn't mean that they aren't thoughtful. They aren't mindless. They aren't shambling zombies. They have a hierarchy. They have tithes. They have wants, needs, and demands. What you saw was a world that is threatening to ours to become through the Lord of Blades. I don't know if that's the answer you're looking for, but that's my understanding of a plane that looks like, from descriptions, one of the planes of hell.
It assuages my concerns somewhat. I mean, clearly the Lord of Blades has a very definite goal in mind. The subjugation of the entire continent and bringing all other races under his rule. That's I mean, I don't agree with it, let me be very clear, but it's understandable. It is in his mind. I understand he sees himself as the hero of his story. I am casting off the shackles that the other races have put upon my people, and etc., going forth to establish this new empire. And perhaps if I were to stay longer, which I have no intention of doing, and I don't know, studying that plane, one might say there was a hierarchy. One might say you could ascribe systems of being, systems of existence, of, dare I say, civilization. It just seemed the moment that I arrived, everything was destroy that which is the other.
Well,
and everything turned toward that goal.
However you got shunted there, most likely came with the equivalent of a siren. Warning the denizens that something of the other has arrived.
Right.
I mean, if you live your entire life at war, understanding that those beneath and above you will kill you if you do not subscribe to what they want, they absolutely have alarms and wards and warning bells. So them knowing your arrival from the moment you arrive there is nothing new. It would be like, remember that awful temple we had to go into where I could not use my magic?
Yes, that one.
It would have been like you and I and Mary May crashed in from the top with my auras going and Mary May shouting and you flaming up with your moats and
my moats moating. Yes, exactly.
You were not subtle. I mean, we are not a subtle group, but you were not subtle. But now you have a pretty bracelet. And I looked down. I was wondering what that wrist measurement was. Thank you. Well, everybody has one.
And thank you for the. Thank you for your words on that matter. It does not. I mean, it helps me somewhat. Obviously, I will do a great more thinking on it.
Well, those people. Those creatures, demons, devils, imps, were all born or created there. They know nothing else.
Oh, believe me, I'm not going to start a crusade to go free them or anything. It's just I found it so diametrically opposed to what I know here. It threw me my experiences for a bit, and I was having trouble making sense of it. And your words have helped me with that. So I appreciate it.
And it's one of the things Eberron and those who serve Eberron, and all things serve Eberron, are keeping this world safe from.
You said all things serve Eberron. Surely those things don't serve Eberron. They serve something else. correct? They serve their own deities, as you
That is
postulated.
a philosophical question that has been debated for centuries.
And I seriously doubt a Starforged and a Halfling Cleric are going to come up with the answer today.
We are not. Also, I don't really want to debate it right now. I'm in a good mood.
Neither do I. I'm in a better mood as well. So, once again, thank you, Nisiana. I appreciate it. And thank you for the bracelet as well.
Yep, everybody has one now.
Okay.
Actually, I'm assuming Brandon Rowan accepted the bracelet from Nisiana, the ribbon bracelet.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, she would have just asked which wrist she wanted it on.
Mm-hmm. And I would put it on the non-gun arm.
And I assume you did that before, because if that's the case, then that's a beautiful segue, because we would probably zoom out on Alarian's bracelet to zoom in on Rowan's bracelet, which is going to be important because on the other side of the deck, also in a private area if you wish it to be, because the crew is occupied with their own stuff. And one thing I should note, the level of security, you do not have a massive fleet of ships around you because they're trying not to, like we talked about with the siren just now that Nisiana mentioned in Hell, they'd like not to let everybody know, hey, here's where the people bringing the super important stuff is. But on the ship, there are multiple people that are not just King's Citadel members that are presumably part of the Ambassador's Guard that are there, that are very much people who clearly know their business and are sort of like, like watching everything as they go by, like head on a swivel, looking over the railing of the airship, down and around them, scanning behind and around, like all the stuff that you folks have gone through in the last, months of this, very much has been part of the security protocol this time around. So having said that, Tanton, you and Rowan, I believe, are standing on another portion of the deck. Tell us what they are speaking of.
Well, Tanton has called Rowan into an area of the ship that doesn't have a lot of wind blowing by, because he doesn't want pieces and parts blowing all over.
Yeah.
and he needs a decent sized table for what he's doing.
Okay.
But he basically calls Rowan over and says, "Give me your arm."
I take it off without question and put it in Tanton's hand.
And Tanton, for those of you who have seen Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Among Thieves, the scene where Simon is like, it's not a walking stick, and he twists it and it extends, it becomes the hither staff. It's basically kind of what he does. He sort of gives it this weird twist, and like panels pop open and it sort of telescopes out a little bit, and all the various maintenance hatches just open up, and he kind of sets it down, and his mage hand appears, and he's working on various stuff, and he's, "So you asked me to make some modifications to this. These are going to be they're not primitive, they are no, I can't think of the word. When you're first creating something and you get a first prototype. That's, thank you. These are prototype changes. And he pulls out a small pouch, and it just looks like a coin purse, sort of thing, but it's got runes around all of the seams that are very, very softly glowing. And he undoes it and turns it upside down, and a metal tube about 4 feet long falls out of it, and he's like, "This is going to be your rifle barrel."
Aha! I see. I look at it. I look at my arm again. I look at it again. I go, "Where is that gonna fit?"
And he kind of wiggles the little pouch. It's sort of a micro bag, but it's designed to only hold this. You can't put anything else in there. And it'll be inside the arm, so you won't be able to access it anyway. But and so he like puts the thing in and slides the barrel back into the thing so that only the tip of the barrel is sticking out, and he makes all these various changes, and he starts etching in with like all three hands all these little runes around different parts of the inside of the arm, and of course his dragon marks keep flaring every time he etches new runes into the thing. But so you will be able to switch between the two, between sunshine and whatever you're going to call this.
Sunburn.
Starburn.
But the problem is, the only way that you can do it, you're not going to be able to do anything else until you're finished.
I can imagine, yes.
It's going to be several seconds of just don't be near anybody who wants to hurt you while you're doing this, because you won't be able to stop and change these
I mean,
around.
I could just poke them in the eye while I'm... Yes, I understand. I have a lot of questions about how this could possibly work. Like, can you, like, line the inside of this arm with fabric and then enchant the inner arm to be a bag of holding?
No.
Okay, I tried. I briefly attempted to be smart.
Well, I mean, it's an interesting idea. The problem is that, like I said, these are prototype changes. They're not refined. If you wanted me to make these, for example, make it faster so that you could just like push a given section of your wrist, twist it, and it would switch between the pistol and the rifle, and it would do it quickly, I could make that happen, but it would take weeks of redesigning the entire arm from the ground up, basically.
Is what I figured. I mean, you made the pistol, and you know that segments and connects whenever I need it to be used specifically for that purpose, but that was there when I got it from you, so...
And I had weeks
can't
to make
imagine.
that.
Yeah. So when we have time, I will ask for that. Right now, I just need something to put holes in, guys.
At a further distance.
At a further distance. At a distance where I no longer need to be on fire while it's happening.
One would hope.
I'll try my best.
And so he, you know, over the course of several minutes, puts everything back together and hands the arm back. Now I'll show you how this works.
Yes, please.
And so he goes through the process of showing him where to push, twist, pull, twist, all the various crap he has to do.
Do we get a like as it does?
No.
Okay.
No. It sounds more like.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Right.
The actual voice actor. Yes.
But yeah. So for the mechanical aspect of the game, which I've already discussed with Arv and with Brandon, this new arm, or this new aspect of the arm, takes an entire turn to switch between these two modes. So he will have no action, no reaction, no...
You said I still had movement, but...
Half your movement.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You operate as though you're moving through difficult terrain. But it's action, reaction, bonus action. Right, so action, bonus action, reaction. You get none of those, and your movement is halved while you're doing it, but it's for one full turn.
Mm-hmm.
And then switching back is the same.
And also, this functions mechanically as, I believe it is like essentially a hunting rifle.
Rifle.
And I had this image, I don't know, because you said it was considerably longer. I just had this image of Last of the Mohicans film style, you know, like that sort of thing where he puts in the greatest shot of all time when they're leaving the village, and like from a huge distance. I don't know what the theoretical range on this is, but I had the image of it being like epically awesome looking in the length, like, which makes it more impressive that it comes out of the gun. But you tell me.
Once it's extended, it's basically like having a sword sticking out of his hand. It's almost all the way to the ground.
Got it.
From the end of his arm.
Yeah. I imagine it looks like my arm has now doubled in length just pulling that barrel out.
It's pretty slick.
Which is exactly what I want, to be as far away from people as possible.
It's very slick.
So yeah.
Do you take some practice shots off the railing, Rowan? Like,
Trent, what is the range on that, by the way?
I think it's 93-20. No, 83-20, right?
That sounds about right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's
So I think
10, 1d12.
It's 2d10.
2d10,
Plus,
right.
Yeah.
2d10. Gee, this isn't our howitzer.
Level 17,
Yes.
man.
Wow.
The only way Tangent could do it better is if he were an artillerist. If he were an artillerist,
80-20. Yeah.
Right. Oh yeah. But he can make it. He can make it basically an eldritch cannon built into his arm.
And still magical, right? In terms of
Oh,
in
yeah,
terms
I
of
would think
impact.
so.
So yeah, so Rowan, are you taking any like practice shots, type of thing?
So I pull it out. There's like this brief moment where I almost like literally like poke Tantin in the eye, just testing this thing out.
Turn around. Wow.
I was saying in chat, this has like such pay attention 007 Q vibes, like it really.
I realize that like it takes some getting used to. Like when it is out, just like with my pistol, it has a grip for me to hold with this hand. But that still takes some getting used to weight-wise. Like I realized, no, I can't hold a rifle with one hand.
You can.
So
It's just...
and it would be very poorly effective.
Yeah.
So I put my other hand on it. I adjust a little bit. I lean out over the over one of the windows of the skyship just to see how far I can see from here. And when I notice that I can see like the vague detail of trees and I can make out that things are moving in it, I'm like, yeah, this is enough. I don't need to actually shoot anything right now. I just put it back.
I am curious, by the way. So obviously, we know the gun's called Sunshine. So when you start switching it over the course of a turn, I wondered if you do something like Sunshine, Sunshine, Sunshine. Oh, I was just curious.
My God. So to be sure, this is another gun. So it will have another name. It doesn't have one yet.
Okay.
When it does, you will know.
Like
Trent, and then
Thundercloud
Trent,
or
if you put like sights on it, it'd be like blankety blank, give me sight beyond sight.
Yeah, sight beyond sight.
I'm just saying. I'm just saying. If you're gonna lean into it,
Could do that. That would take a rework.
Like, my name is Lion Rowan. Lion Shallow. Anyway, very very cool. I cannot wait to see that actually in action. It was
his name would be Rowan.
yeah, Rowan.
Oh, too good. Too good.
King Citadel is loose.
I love you all very much,
I think we have our next group for the next game. I think, I think we're all good. Yeah.
Oh, man.
Cat humanoids, I think that's a thing. Yeah.
Like a
Leonine. Yeah, we can just go run around Dragonlance that way.
So,
And a bunch of taxi.
yes, exactly. All right. The rest of the trip on the airship passes relatively uneventfully, although it should be noted.
Actually, I'm sorry, Arvid. How long is this trip going to be roughly?
This is probably
not tremendously long.
Yeah, exactly.
Is your name Arv, sir?
Oh, no, it's true. It's not.
But that's not tremendously long. That's basically right. In fact, I had listed where New Seer was, and now I have
see the glass plateau?
Seer.
No, the glass plateau in the middle of the Mournland.
Yeah, right. Mm-hmm.
Just to the west of that.
On
the western side.
To the western side.
No, down there. That's
the
glass
I got
plateau.
it. Yeah.
Should be over there. See the mountain range?
Yeah.
Just on the northern side of the mountain range.
Yes, right. That's right. Because, this confused me the first time, because it's true that they fled not towards Lake Seer, as I might have imagined, but west to New Seer, because they were basically heading towards the areas of the countries that could defend them when they basically collapsed and all this sort of happened. Yes, okay. So,
and we started from where? There's the destination, yeah.
Right. You would have started from right over here, Rote, which is the capital of Breland. Mm-hmm. So since you're going over like all pretty much civilized territory for the most part, and you're not sort of traveling with this, I would say that this would be maybe a half a day's travel.
Okay. Yeah.
And so,
yeah.
Yeah.
But I have one more thing I need to get done. And actually, Arva, I pinged you in chat. I had a question for you.
Okay.
But Trend, I don't know how much time Tansen is taking on the whole rifle arm thing. But remember that wand we got when we destroyed those people north of Salvation? The mystery wand? A long time ago?
Mm-hmm.
I would like you to identify that, because we still don't know what the hell it is. Let's just say Alarian would request that you identify that, because what it is.
I'd be delighted to, yeah.
Okay. So, let's get that taken care of.
Okay, so I just responded.
Okay. I hope Murphy feels better. Okay. Thank you, sir. All right.
Okay.
Good. I will deduct money, etc., etc. Which I'm freaking loaded, which is ridiculous.
Yeah. That was.
Oh my
that was
god,
part of it.
Yeah. Okay, now I gotta figure out.
Okay. So.
Oh, good. So he's identifying that wand for me. The wand we took from the leader, The wand we took from the leader of the people who were going to. It was the wagon, the campsite. The last time we were in Salvation, they were the Emerald Claw cell that we found, and we took that wand off him, and literally never had a chance to actually look at it more than just tuck it away. And so I'm like, I'd like that done.
Yep. Let me check where that was. I think that was from Dust, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes. Yes, it was.
So.
Oh, if you want it to be a wand of Lords of Blade Destruction, I wouldn't turn that down.
Yeah, I mean, clearly it's the wand forged, and that no.
Absolutely.
It has one charge. Don't miss.
Yeah, exactly. You accidentally hit Larian.
Yes, it's just like it was this bap. Oh, damn.
Exactly. Right. So, yes, I'm just finding it right now, and this was found in the camp, right?
Correct. The leader had it. The leader woman had it. It was hers.
Yes.
Her thingy.
Okay. Right. So she had that.
Okay. That's not very helpful for me.
Right, there's that. Yep, okay, and then...
Oh, that's not even very... Okay. Huh.
Yep, okay.
Cheap at twice the cost. Okay.
Okay.
4.
That was...
Yeah.
Confirmed with that. Okay. And then... if I could find my NPC notes, there we go. Alright, so...
If we have trouble finding a pearl worth 100 gold pieces, I'm sure we could tear one off the ambassador.
Okay. I think the one that was... Yes, okay. That's what I thought. So, yes, when you take a look at this item, this wand, what you discover is, Tanton, the way I would describe this is, you know that Giselle, the person that you unmasked and then sort of defeated, was a necromancer. And in fact, not unlike much of the Emerald Claw, there tend to be a lot of necromancers there. So part of this was what would appear as a spell focus, wand, right? Like a, the thing that you would use to cast spells. However, there seems to be more to it than that, because as you are in the process of identifying it, it is uncomfortable to hold the wand. Even if you do it with the mage hand, which you can do, it feels vaguely uncomfortable sort of to be in its presence. And when you at one point do hold it just with your regular hand for just a moment as you're switching it, there's almost this sensation of crawling things kind of crawling over your skin. And so you are able to identify what ultimately this is. It is, in fact, a spell focus wand. However, It also has a limited number of charges. And I don't remember if your spell that you just posted up here, because I'm not looking at that window, lists.
Yes, it does.
It tells you how many charges that it has.
Mm-hmm. Yep, tells me everything about it.
So, this thing that you're holding is also a wand of insect plague. Now, remember this that the insects. Sorry, Jen. Remember that this particular thing that you were doing was all about the creeping queen and all that stuff. And so there's a lot of attention being paid to that. So this is essentially an insect plague wand. In case anyone's curious, it has nothing to do with the arachnids, so you'll be happy to know. That this basically insect plague, swarming, biting locusts fill a 20-foot radius sphere that's centered on a point you choose within range. And the sphere spreads around corners. It remains for the duration. It's difficult terrain. Its area is lightly obscured. But what really matters is that when the area appears, each creature in it has to make a Constitution saving throw. A creature takes 4d10 piercing damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one. Also has to make the saving throw when it enters the spell's area for the first time, or when it ends its turn there. And making the con save doesn't mean they never have to make the save again. They keep making it anytime they're actually exposed to this thing. Now, this thing is actually concentration based up to 10 minutes, and it has a 300-foot range. So, 20-foot radius, 300-foot range, etc. Normally, you can cast this spell using higher spell slots, but because this is a wand, you can't do that. It counts as a 5th-level conjuration, so that's essentially what it does. You believe that there are probably 8 charges in it, Tanton, if you had to guess. But I do want to point out that it also feels wrong, by which I mean it may have an effect on the person using it if they're not an evil necromancer from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. So it's definitely usable, and it definitely will work. What is hard to tell is whether it will have longer-term effects, not as a function of the item, which is why your identify isn't telling you that, but as a function of perhaps curses that have been placed on it, or maybe just the nature of the attunement. It may have to do basically with, it's like an insect plague wand if it were made for people that were lawful evil, let's say. That's basically the way I would describe it. So it can be used, including by Alarian, but just be aware that in the use of it, there may or may not be consequences, especially the more charges that you use.
For anyone but me.
Well, I mean, yes, conceivably.
Well, no, as an artificer, I am not subject to the limitations. Like if it's something that only a Warforged can use, I can still use it because of.
But the negative connotations will still attack you.
Right, that's right.
That's not what he's saying. You can use it fine. You're also subject to the negative aspects, I think is what he means.
Right. In other words, what I'm saying is you are not you can use it regardless as an artificer, but you may still be subject to whatever effect it has on you over time.
I look forward to seeing evil insectile Tanton. I think that'll be great. So, it's like I could use it too. However, I may be subject to the darker aspects of the wand's nature. Well, I just spent 50 gold for nothing, then, damn it.
Well,
I can use it.
Just don't use this incredibly useful thing a lot.
I know it's incredibly useful, very handy. Yeah, dealio. What could possibly go wrong? So Tanton, you share with me, I assume, the information about the wand, including.
No. Yeah.
Perfectly fine. Go ahead. Use it a lot.
Something about it is bugging me, Alarian. Here, I'll just hand it over.
I got this itch. Anyways, and then I gotta look at the wand and look at you and look at the wand again. And so I'm curious. I mean, bugs don't really bother me per se. At the same time, though, I'm very loath to take on something that is like palpably evil. Note the alignment thing, even though we don't really have alignments. So I ask you, it's like, we should probably destroy this, shouldn't we?
That would be my presumption, yes.
Can you do that?
Not
I'm
here.
assuming, well, not here. In time.
Oh, yes.
Do you want me to hold on to it until such time as you can do that, or do you just want to hold on to it yourself?
It makes little difference as long as we're not using it.
Correct. All right, then you can keep it. Well, that's okay. Let's tuck that back away. All right. And of course, that's the thing. When I get something that I might be using something that's from evil. Anyways.
Yep.
All right. Now I think we are done.
All right. This is what happens when you loot evil necromancers and just.
I mean, you know, who'd have thought? Who'd have thought?
Oh, look,
that does remind me that we still have a ring from a certain evil, undying court chick.
The paladin.
Yeah, we have a magic ring from her. I was like looking through bio and it says, literally says, magic ring from Emerald Long Arrow, Undying Court. And I'm like, fuck, what did we do with that? Do I have that? Oh, no.
If you wrote it down, you probably I don't have that on mine. Not at all. And actually, I can take off Mystery Wand because I don't have that either. So, can we get that identified too, since we're just kind of killing time?
Sure. Yeah, it's going to take me 10 minutes. But yeah.
Oh, 10 minutes. I thought it was an hour for some reason. Okay. Well, let's get that done too.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure you handed it to me because it would be, my goodness, would offset its evilness or something. But now that I realize that we have it, and I saw the look of surprise on Greg's face, I'm like, okay, they haven't been using that to track us. Okay, that's good.
Or is that what he just wanted you to think?
Perhaps. No, this is assuming you're doing the same identifying thing as you did before. This is a lot different. This is not evil in nature. This is a ring of evasion. And what a ring of evasion does is it has 3 charges. When you fail a dexterity saving throw when wearing it, you can use your reaction to expend one of its charges to succeed on that saving throw instead. And it has a total of 3 charges. Every day at dawn, it regains 1d3, so 1d4 minus 1, of those charges. So you can use all 3, and you'll get at least a charge back the next day, but you don't know if it'll be all of them. Does not seem to have any evil, any taint of evil about it or anything like that as the wand did. That's what it is, a ring of evasion.
What is Mermaid's?
Let me see. Hold on. It's pretty damn high, as I recall.
Yeah, very high, yeah.
Ridic high. Let's see.
All right, well. Who has low dexterity?
I do. To be completely honest with you, mine is only a 12.
Do you have anything else that you're
Yeah, hers is an 18.
What do you have attuned?
Just one item. It's a ring. A ring just works. You don't need to attune to a ring, right?
Correct.
That's usually right.
Actually,
although no, I take that back. This does require attunement. I take it.
Oh, that's fine. I only have 1, and I've got 2 more slots left. So. I did the Staff of the Woodlands, which is really cool. And by the way, I mean, okay, I would ask for the ring if someone else makes a better point for it. I get it, but I seem to have to make a lot of dexterity saving throws, and certain kinds, if I make them, I take like no damage from because of my shield mastery. So if no one else wants to make a claim for it, I would actually like to take it because my dexterity is low. But I will listen to other
magic
people.
And a mark of shadow. I have multiple excuses to get out of harm's way. It should be yours, I think.
Okay.
The only reason I would give it to Merime is to make Merime OP. To put her in the position and stop people
So
directly
much
in the
dexterity.
back of the
Okay, keep in mind, her dex save is 10. 10. Mine is...
Yeah, and wouldn't you also love to have a dex of 10 and then still be in a position to never fail?
Right?
No. Plus 10 though is the point.
It's a plus 10.
Yeah.
Her saving throw,
I see what you're saying. Yeah, right. That
Yeah,
and
that'd be
also
great.
would never miss.
But I would, yeah. So.
well, a natural 1 is still a natural 1.
That's right.
Oh,
That's
yes,
always
that
a
is
miss.
That's it.
I mean,
unless
yes, true. But then every other roll turns Merime into the Tasmanian devil, is my point.
Right.
Unless, of course, you're within 30 feet of me.
Right. But there's always like, it's just all matrixy, is like.
Yeah, you can have it. I mean, if you didn't, I would have it. I mean,
right,
because they are always shooting me.
That's true. What is your dexterity?
It's a 16, so I have a 3 for my dex.
Yeah.
Save.
Okay. Well, thank you. That will actually come in very handy.
All right, then I can mark this off of my list.
Okay. Anyone else have any other unidentified items that we have?
Yes, let's get them out of the way now.
Here, I have this dragon skull I've been looking at.
I still have my word of sanctuary for word of recall is already still set up.
Okay, now I am doubly ringed up. I can take no more rings, folks. No more rings. Sorry, no more rings. Just letting you know.
I still have my cloak of the council.
Don't have to ring home, but you can't ring here.
Actually, this is, well, I mean, we gotta get to the higher levels.
Can we just make the ring part of your body? Meh.
Actually, so here's the thing. The funny part is the staff, by the way, the staff of the woodlands, I don't hold that. It is part of my body, because I do have an ability that does that. Can I do all three attunements? I think it's only a rod, staff, or wand I can do that for. Yeah. Which is why I was really excited to get the staff, like, oh my god, this is too awesome. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Magical attenuation, rods, staves, or wands. And it's only a single one. Yes.
Yeah.
No, and I'm very happy with that. It's all good.
Okay, so assuming that's all out of the way, good stuff. But so I should say that your journey to New Sierra is somewhat enlivened as well by the entertaining tales of the ambassador, who turns out to be a most convivial travel companion, despite some of the uncertainties about him. He's, as you know, a lot of witty banter and repartee, but also, perhaps this is the surprising part, seems to know quite a bit about a variety of professions and houses, such that there's, one experience where he's walking along, for example, Tanton, and he sees you doing some, like, refinements, let's say, on something or other, which is not unusual, and gets into some fairly high-level mathematics discussions with you about stuff, which after a while you realize, now, clearly that doesn't make him a mathematician, but it certainly doesn't feel like, I YouTubed it for 2 minutes and now I'm a math guy. You know what I mean? Like, he does that. He listens to, gets into a conversation with Merime at one point about particular aspects of fencing, like, how many, the new sort of step thrust, which has become a big part of, fencing within Brayland, within Braylish fencing over the last couple of years. Nisiana, at one point, he has a chance to talk with you a little bit about hospital design, because he's been talking to some people about when, more resources become available, what would the hospitals look like that were capable of being more efficient and not as sort of large and unwieldy or small and useless, like how do they square that circle or whatever. So he talks with all of you at some point or another about a variety of things with some level of specificity, even talking a bit, Rowan, about the nature of sorceress magic. And at one point he snaps his fingers and a little flame appears, just a cantrip, right? A very simple one to do. And he says, this is, of course, nothing at all compared to what it is that you can do. But I did have the chance to do a bit of training. And I've always been struck by why it is people believe that sorcerers, for some reason, have more intuitive senses, when in my experience, they seem to study just as much, right? And it gets into this big conversation with you about the same sort of thing. So each one of you, at some point, has a conversation with him that might leave you thinking, that seems more than I would have expected from an ambassador. So
I just want to take the moment to qualify during that conversation when he's making specifically that point about how sorcerers are no more keenly aware magically than any other practitioner. I am in the process of making a sandwich, and as I'm bringing the sandwich to my mouth, it turns to concrete right just meets my lips.
Yeah. That's right. So he sort of, so he sees that, he's like, oh, well, as I see your point then. Like, as it's like, I'm glad that I can mark that off the sheet.
So am I!
That's very funny.
Please, my lord, let me make this dinner I prepared for you. Oops.
In case anyone in chat is going, what the hell is that about? So Rowan is a wild magic sorcerer and finally had one proc recently. And the particular one that it was that his next meal will turn to stone. So that's exactly what we
still think you should have taken the 1d4 clones of peer review somewhere in the world. I think that would have been hysterical.
Very funny.
I feel like the fact that it doesn't qualify the alignment of your clones made that a threat.
They are clones. They'll be exactly as shisty and shady as you are. What are you talking about?
Yeah, without
No one knows.
Right.
No one knows themselves well enough to know that that's a bad idea.
That's it, exactly. Without knowing, without the kindly influence of the King's Citadel.
This is true.
Okay.
This is true. Our tempering.
So as you
effect.
travel across the map, and I will move over. Let's see if I can do that. There we go. I will move you over to here. And then we'll switch back to the other window. You are met on arrival as the airship pulls in, and then you disembark. And quick question. So you're taking the Oracle with you. Are you doing the thing that's previously been done, Tanton, where you were using, I think it was Tensor's Disc and Invisibility and like that combination, as I recall? I just want to make sure I know how you're putting in transit.
I imagine that Tanton would have gathered with everybody else, but shortly before we got
that's
there,
why I'm just
and turned to Larry. You're strong enough to carry this thing, right?
Yeah.
Should we just put it in a crate and make it look like it's something just random cargo we're taking off?
Sure.
Or because if we do the disc again, it's going to seem. I mean, we could put other boxes on the boxes in the boxes stacked on top of it, but it might just look easier if it
hide in plain sight kind of deal.
Exactly.
Well, we don't want to make it invisible right now because we don't know when we're actually going to meet the person we need to meet. And once we make it invisible, it can't become uninvisible for 8 hours.
So you're doing the crate?
Oh, I'm sorry, is that an effect of the artifact itself?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, or someone could just cast invisibility. Wait, can we cast visibility on an object, Arv? I can't remember.
You can make certain things invisible, although invisibility generally is designed to be affecting creatures, but you can. The issue is more that the Oracle itself reacts unpredictably to magical things, and so I don't know if you want to take a chance on that. Welcome, everybody.
Let's box it up. Let's box it up. It's fine. It's fine. I'll just put it on my shoulder or something.
Yep.
So you are met on arrival by a carriage which is emblazoned with, and you recognize this immediately, of course, Tanton, Seer's coat of arms, which is a golden crown and a bell on a green field above a hammer and bellows. And after a brief wait, while the ambassador purchases a copy of the Brayland Ledger from a street vendor, you board a carriage that bound for Prince Orgev's villa. And as you travel through the streets of New Seer, the contrast with the elegance of Rote could not be more apparent. There are tents and makeshift huts which have been erected everywhere to house the large number of refugees who fled here from the Mournland. Although there are more permanent buildings too, the whole place appears more like a crowded refugee camp than a town. Think like early season Salvation, okay? And then run it down a bit. And that's what we're looking like. The muddy streets are overrun with rats. You can see, and this is during the day, and you can see the rats just sort of crawling along out of the mud, coming up, sort of skittering behind barrels and things like that. And the people themselves look in terrible conditions, starving or ill or both. Clearly, all is not well. And as the carriage is kind of like, bumping over the muddy and rocky streets, you can see that these people are deeply, deeply in trouble and suffering. And as you're sort of putting that all together in your mind, suddenly the carriage lurches forward, and stops moving. And the coach, you realize almost immediately, has gotten stuck in the mud. And the driver is sort of like, yelling and talking to some people. And immediately you see out the windows, the vehicle is surrounded by a crowd. You see older men, you see young women holding up children. One of them says, "We need food! We're starving!" says another. "My daughter has the plague. Well, can you help her?" adds a third, and she thrusts a small child that are covered in these horrible weeping sores, almost like through the carriage window. Everywhere you see hands out, people reaching. The driver is not yelling at them as much as he's yelling at the horse, but you can see there's just there must be 50, if there's one, people around, all asking you for help of various kinds. "Help my child, please. Do you have any food? I need something. Just, I can't see. I need you." Just sick, ill, starving people surrounding the carriage.
Would lesser restoration cure that child?
Could be.
Maybe.
Well,
Yes.
as soon as it's thrust within my range, unless someone stops me, I'm going to immediately heal. And of course, Dragon Mark.
That's going to make things probably worse for us in terms of the crowd.
Right.
No, but no, I'm not. No one's stopping you. Or at least I'm not certainly.
I'm going to. Well, it only says, it can either cure one disease or one condition. Okay, so.
So you do this on the child?
Yes.
Okay. So it does heal the child, and miraculously so. And the mother, holding up the child, the child sort of turns around and hugs her, and the mother just bursts into tears, just weeping, and is trying through her tears to tell her thank you. And other people sort of, it's a miracle. There's miracle workers, and there are more people that are gathered around that are desperate. Nisiana, I'm going to. This is the first time I think we've done this all campaign. You're going to get an extra hero point. You have 2 hero points now.
Okay. Just as an aside, while that's happening, I use minor illusion to briefly distort the upper portion of Nisiana's body. So to people who are looking at Nisiana head on, it looks like they're looking at Eberron. At one of the common artistic representations of Eberron.
Wow. That's pretty cool, actually. People seem to be deeply moved by that. There is a lot of discussion. People also are holding out hands asking for money and food. Does anyone provide any of that, by the way, besides Nisiana?
Anything I can. I am touching. Anybody?
I have so much gold. It's kind of wasteful not to do something with it.
So you're
gonna. Yeah, I do too. More than I would ever need.
All right, so
and shit, Mirame's the bank here, for God's sake. I don't think you spent any money since the game has began.
We've basically spent money on ribbons and.
Yeah.
Well, her gold stash is immense compared to even mine, which I don't buy much anyways either. But hers
if
is
it weren't for the fact that our hosts feed us every time we move from one mission to the next, we'd be dead already.
The thing is, what is there to buy here? Because if it's a refugee camp, are there merchants? How does that, food is what they seem to need more.
You would guess they would in the Oliver Twist style of merchants. There's not going to be a whole lot of stuff there. I'm going to say that if you're all giving out various bits of gold, if we said, say...
Tren is not. Tren is probably...
Well, I'm going to... Oh, no, I'm saving... Tren, I'm... Hold on. Tantan's got a separate thing. But for Merime and Rowan and Nilarian, if you're giving 10 gold each...
Well, I'm not going to speak for Merime. I'm just saying she has a lot of money.
Okay. So I'll leave that aside.
I will give up to 100 gold out, not to everybody, but in various.
Yeah, of course.
I will give to 100.
Rowan, what about you? 100 to every person. You give out 100,000. Breaks the economy.
Breaks beyond the dreams of avarice.
Yeah, exactly. Rowan, are you doing any of that? Are you and or anything else? It doesn't have to be gold.
Unfortunately, unless someone has a spell that makes food and water, which would be really handy right now.
I kind of want to find where food is and just buy and distribute.
I can only purify food.
I would say, Rowan, that you could probably, if you wish, it's up to you, get out of the carriage, and like there's clearly a couple of stands like they're run down or whatever.
Food and water.
Wait. Yes.
You want to create food and water? Okay.
Yes, I can create. It's a level 3 spell, so actually I can do it 4 times.
Okay.
Because I have my ring.
Today, let's do it. Actually, I agree with Rowan, and plus he'll probably need help to not be mobbed by the group. So I think he and I are going to go to the stands, and you, please make food and water as much as you can.
Okay. So
I mean, we're like 50, 100. How many people are around us now?
100.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so you're going to do that. They create the food and hand that out. Now, I will say that despite the fact they're crowding around, they don't mob you. It's more just sort of like.
Well, once I get out, I can, in the name of Fezig, I'll clear a path.
Everybody
move. Exactly.
Yeah.
Kindly, but
45 pounds of food is a lot of food,
And
this is
30
level.
gallons of water. Like basically every available receptacle in the area will be filled with clean water.
This is permanent, right? It's like real food. It doesn't disappear. It's not like elven whatever
illusory
nonsense.
food.
Yeah, it's like the real deal, right?
It will sustain 15 humans.
It's legit food
for 24 hours.
It's not fantastic high quality food, but
that doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so she'll take care of like half of them, and then we'll go and procure for the other half.
All right.
I'm already wondering why it's not our house here helping the refugees.
So
question.
I'm gonna give you a chance if the three of you want, and I'm leaving Tanton out for a reason. The three of you, I will give you the opportunity to speak to some of the townspeople who are, as you might expect, enormously grateful. As you're helping them out. In fact, as you're doing this, several of the townspeople sort of gather around, big smiles. You see a lot of like rotting teeth and all that, but they all pull together to help get the carriage out of the mud. So a good 10 of them like sort of lift up out of the mud. And
we're going to be here like at least an hour or two because we have to line them up, feed them all.
No, I got
talk to them. Yeah. Okay.
So you became kind of a mobile like MASH leader.
No, exactly.
Yeah, no, it's right.
Exactly. Yeah.
So Tanton, I want to ask, as you're seeing all this around you, I want to know what it is that Tanton is doing. And motivations can be left for you to decide what you want to express or not express. No one is saying, "You, sir, help me with X." So this is sort of your decision about how you want to roll with this.
He is, I believe, the kids these days on Twitch call it shrimping. He is curled up. He's not like he hasn't gone Tharn or anything.
Yeah.
But he is just like pulled. Like all of his clothing and everything is up around him, and he's got his eyes closed, and he is just balling himself up and trying to ignore everything, to screen all of this out.
Okay. So you're like huddled in a corner of the carriage.
Yeah, that's what I might have assumed.
He's not looking out the windows. Okay. Basically, since we got here, he saw the crest on the carriage and saw the carriage and almost didn't get in.
Okay, yeah.
Damn near, because for one, it's just too close to home, and two, given the state of this place, being in a carriage that well appointed seems like a really stupid idea, and this has just confirmed everything he was worried about.
Yes, although I do want to specify though, this carriage is not in great condition. I don't want to make it seem like it's got gold trim. It's clear it looks like a carriage that is in maintenance, like it's being maintained, but it looks old and kind of like beaten up. So I don't want to overstate it.
We're not going to a cake party.
Yeah.
Right.
Just so you know.
But it bears the crest.
Oh yeah.
And there's probably not that many of them, and the people here will know whose carriage that is.
Oh yeah. No, 100%. Totally agree. Yep. Okay. So also one last note, which is that the ambassador is also out with you, helping like distribute some of the food.
Nice.
And speaking a lot to the townspeople. You notice he's speaking to a bunch of them. So
and Merime will be playing during all this and exuding bardic whatever, good cheer, that kind of thing, etc., etc.
Probably also would do one of her healing. It takes 10 minutes.
Yeah, I would think.
Is that an ability she has?
It's probably a second level spell.
Okay, hold on. All her spells seemed very offensive in nature, so I couldn't quite remember. There's heroism. Let's see.
It's very aggressive healing.
Slow, holy weapon, dimension door, psychic lance. Let's not do that. Synaptic static. No.
Psychic
destructive
lance.
wave.
I will help you.
Smite. She could, if someone recently died, she could resurrect them. If someone recently passed away.
You don't see any of that.
Wait. Healing word. Here it is.
Okay. So for Rowan, Rowan and for Marimé, not for Marimé. Yes, for Marimé. Rowan Marimé, who I assume is out doing the rest of this with you, and Alarian. I want you all to add a hero point as well. So you will all have 2 hero points, except Tanton, and I hope Trent will understand narratively.
I absolutely do.
All right.
So there was someone who was blind. Can we cure blindness? Anyone?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
I'd also have Channel Divinity Preserve Life. Any creatures within 30 feet of me, I can divide up to equal to 5 times my cleric level. So 17 times 5.
That's a lot.
Especially for NPCs? Yeah.
I know. Even a healing word is be like amazing. So 17 times 5 is 85.
So they're 5 hit points.
Typically 1d4, I think, typically, Arv.
Right.
We're so clinical about this.
Right. And I think the overall thing that I want to say about this is that this has a profound effect. However, Nisiana, you're certainly aware, and all of you would be able to figure this out, but you're certainly aware, Nisiana, that this is a town of thousands.
This is a drop in the bucket.
This is a drop in the bucket. However, that is not to minimize the effect on this 100, because they are just transformed in the sense of they are still beaten down by circumstances. There is quite literally PTSD going on here for sure.
I mean, this being 5 years later, I'm just like, why isn't there someone here?
But what you know about New Seer, I'll come to you in a sec, Rowan, is that there is no money at all. Like, the resources are extraordinarily limited, and frankly, none of the kingdoms have covered. I mean, they have given some money to establish the camp, but none of them have really covered themselves in glory. There are political reasons for that, but also probably discomfort reasons, right? Like, it's, and also, not to be discounted, there are some people still pissed at Seer. It is Seer that, after all, created the morning, and so a lot of people are kind of like, you deserve what you get, which is not to say that may be right. I'm just saying, like, that's the reaction. So there's multiple things going on there. Go ahead, Rowan, and then I want to talk a little bit about what the townspeople may or may not tell you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I immediately want to find, like, a kid of teenage age, in the teenage range.
Yep. Can find that.
Who is, like, in this crowd, who we have already fed or healed.
Yep. You can find one.
I guess for them to come closer to me.
She does. She comes up to you as sort of long, dirty black hair, actually literally dirty, black hair, very thin. The feeding obviously is, like, you can tell, like, like the best meal ever, right? Because an actual meal, but still, obviously this is long-term, relatively speaking, malnutrition. And she comes up to you and she says, yes, my lord. What is it? Thank you. Thank you again.
Don't call me that.
Oh, but you are, my lord. You're in a carriage and you gave us food and all.
First things first. My name is Rowan. I'm no better or lesser than you, and neither are any of my friends.
And she kind of looks around. Well, if you don't mind my saying so, there's only a few of you, and you helped do all this. You're not like me, sir, or you wouldn't have been able to help us.
Do you want to be like me?
Yes. Well, and so do some of the others. And she, like, looks around, and you can see there's a little group of, like, presumably friends kind of clustered. And they're looking, and they keep pointing at what you imagine would be your arm. And they're pointing at it and whispering. Yeah.
So just, like, idly, like, there is this thing that I do for maintenance where I just kind of let steam out of all of its vents just kind of flares open a little bit and then closes again. I just do that for fun in front of them. And then I take out a gold piece. And like I'm doing sleight of hand with it right in front of them while I'm talking, like just idly doing it in front of them, and I go, "Can you all tell me whether you're aware that like wealthy folks from out of town typically pass through here still? Is that a thing that happens very often?"
Oh, and there's like, so they're, first of all, when they can get over their wide eyes at watching all your cool stuff that you're doing, they said, "Oh no, sir, no. There's no rich people who pass through here. The closest we've got is the prince, and even he ain't very rich, sir. We don't have much money at all. No one comes to New Seer." And one of them says, one of the looks like kind of maybe a slightly younger boy. You would estimate that this girl that you're looking at is maybe 15, 16. The boy's probably a couple of years younger than that. And he says, "No one cares about New Seer. Even Braylon doesn't. They treat us all like we don't exist. Why wouldn't they? Otherwise they would have helped us before now. No one rich comes to New Seer. Nobody comes to New Seer for anything."
Do you know why that is?
Well, I think some people still hate us, sir, on account of what happened back in the war.
But that has nothing to do with you. Did you make the morning with your own hands? Show me your hands.
And they do, dirty.
And while that's happening, like the gold piece is just kind of settling right here, but they have no idea how it got here.
Yeah, they're like, and
do you have mourning on your hands?
What? No, sir.
Exactly. No one has any reason to hate you. Rich people don't want to be here because, and I want you to repeat after me, rich people are bastards.
And they, so a few of them sort of say it hesitantly, except the boy who's like, "Rich people are bastards." Yes, sir. Like struck confidently,
yes, just like that.
You know. Yeah.
So, what I was hoping to teach you, and then like I stop my hands and no one knows where the coin has been. But I can see that it is like dangling over the girl's ear, but she hasn't noticed it yet.
Okay.
And I essentially like tell them that like the thing that I wanted to teach you all today was to do some sleight of hand, like I know how to do, so you can pick people's pockets and probably make your lives better.
And they look at each other.
But since you say that nobody passes through here, it's more useful for you all to know how to perform for people to come here so that you can do that kind of work.
I do want to note that Red Lear, thank you for the resub, the Prime sub, has just said rich people are bastards. So I just wanted to straight up now tell me. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for the both the sentiment and the resub. I appreciate it, Red Lear. It's good to see you, man. 5 years and 4 months.
Thank you so very much, Tish. Oh, Lord.
A new command. Repeat after me. Rich people are bastards. Rowan Shallow. I love it.
Mm-hmm. So after that, I spend like the next like 25 to 30 minutes just like teaching them some like useful street skills that will not only allow them, it not only gives them some sleight of hand, but like some like beginner level scoundrel tactics that will allow them to like go out and actually seek some wealthy people to swindle by convincing them to come to New Seer, like teaching them the basics of how to run a grift, essentially, in the hopes that will allow them the opportunity to like make a little bit more money for themselves.
Well, Nision has a very different point of view.
I'm going to come to Nision.
Wait, are you like literally watching this happen the entire time?
No. She's doing other things. She is.
This I call the Braylon two-step.
An ambassador's about to get his ear bent.
Rowan, the thing I wanted to note is that the girl that you spoke to, who's kind of clearly the one that the others look up to a little bit, is named Karenna. That's Kraenna. And seems to take immediately to your tutelage. And they tell you as you're doing this that things have been really disastrous, and especially in the last few weeks. Like, it's always been poor. But Nucir has gotten worse for two reasons. One, rats have been spreading plague throughout the town in recent weeks. And they say that there was supposed to be healers from House Jarasco here, but the disease is still running rampant. So that's the first thing. And then the second thing, and I thought very much about, by the way, when I was looking at this reminded me very much of Dishonored, of, you know, the way the rats are in Dishonored. It's sort of that kind of ubiquitous sort of nature, right? Secondly, that Nucir has always relied on its farmland to feed its growing population as this sort of refugee area, but the crops have failed. And so now there isn't enough food to go around. And so a lot of this, like, starvation is a step beyond just the normal, like, it's one thing to say, like, malnutrition, but that would not have been sustainable for, like, 10 years. There wouldn't be anyone alive anymore if it had been this bad. So over the last few weeks to couple of months is where things have really collapsed. That they find themselves in the situation, which means that they tell you that at one point, several of the townsfolk basically rose up in revolt against the prince a few weeks ago. And the prince, again, does not have a lot himself, as I mentioned, is like able to feed himself, but is not like living it up, right, in the big city. However, they rose up against the prince, and that rebellion was put down, supposedly by the prince's soldiers, although it's unclear whether that's what happened, because it was a lot of like, I'm using a lot of IRL examples today, I'm sorry, but one of the things that happened during the first shots fired in Lexington at the beginning of the Revolutionary War is that there was a lot of back and forth about who did what to whom. In fact, of all people, John Adams defended the British soldiers and argued that they were basically baited into doing stuff, and he won that case, oddly, and then later on became a revolutionary and all that. But so that's very similar to what it is here. There's a lot of confusion, but in any case, the revolt was put down one way or the other, and it was put down with violence. And so that's the other thing that's here sort of going around with this. So just a bit of info that you learn as you're talking to the kids.
So
I'll
I
come
take
to you
that
in a minute,
for a
Luciana.
bit. And then I turn to what's the name of the boy who very proudly said rich people are bastards?
He calls himself Ivana. Ivano, actually. Evanno, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Ivana, was it?
Yes, sir.
So I hear y'all have been waiting for some time for House Jarasco to come and help heal what ails you in this area, yes?
Well, yes, sir. It's what he said they were going to do.
So I'm going to let you in on a secret. And I point at Nisiana and I go, that person there, my friend Nisiana, came here for no other reason than because she likes helping people. She's a member of House Jarasco and didn't even know that anyone asked. So you can think what you think of House Jarasco. Now that I know what you said, I think a lot. But I want you to do me a favor and go tell my friend Nisiana thank you very much. And do not call her milady. She's your friend just like I am your friend. But please tell Nisiana thank you.
And he nods, and the whole group of teenagers sort of moves off. And Nisiana is a good segue, actually, because you suddenly see a bunch of teenagers walk up to you, and they all say, "Oh, thank you." And then one of them says, "Thank you, thank you." Like, clearly he does not know what to refer to you as. Thank you. Thank you. And then they sort of move off. And Nisiana, you think you see one of them, like, it looks like because one of the other ones had like a morsel of food, and you think you see one of them basically pickpocket one of the ones next to them to get the piece of food that they had. Like, it's very sort of like as if they're practicing or something.
Did he give it back or did he eat it?
No, he gives it back.
Oh, okay. Well, then I don't need to call him back and shove food on them. I just note that. But the ambassador.
Yeah. Who is also talking to the townspeople and distributing food.
I'm going to get his attention.
Okay, yeah, yes.
And I'm going to make him bend down to me so I can talk very quietly.
He does.
You will get the king to help these people. The King Braylon. I don't know why House Jarasco isn't here. They need to be here. You will do something about that.
He says, it's quite possible that they are here, but not in this spot. New Seer itself is swelled by new refugees by the day. It may be that they're overwhelmed. As far as the king, of course I will let King Borinel know about this, but I cannot imagine this is beyond what one would have expected over simply the last few weeks. You can see like his rich cloak and robes, by the way, are kind of muddy, like all of you are, like from the conditions. And he kicks away a rat that's sort of heading in his direction.
Like, this is not acceptable, and I will not have it.
He nods and he says, I agree. I would have said something as it was.
Okay.
However, coming from the king's citadel, and he bows slightly, it matters even more than that.
Then she'll nod and she'll go back to feeding and healing and channeling divinity and if somebody is blind, like I am gonna run through my spells unless somebody just stops me.
No.
I am.
Let's see. Tell the 70th level cleric to stop healing people. Nah, not me. Nope. No, thank you.
We're gonna get as much food.
And actually, Merime, I will say Merime will blow through her. She's got the healing word, which can augment you, and she will do so. I think this would be one where she would not hesitate to help people.
So,
Arv, I have a couple questions. Yeah.
Could do that.
Wait. Oh my God. That's the one within 60 feet. Oh, okay. Like, I will heal with Channel Divinity twice and I'll move. And then when I get to a bigger group, I will actually do the mass healing word.
And I will say about this before I get to Larian's question. By the time you're all done with all of these interactions, during which Tanton is turning into a pillar of salt, but as this is happening, you have clearly made a profound difference in this specific area, just in terms of also people are now whispering about the new arrivals. If there was any question of, let's keep this quiet, no, they are telling everyone and their brother about the incredible group of people they met that did all this stuff. But it is important to note that all of you are aware, looking at the rats, looking at the mud, looking at the condition of the houses, that this is a systemic issue which goes beyond what you'll be able to manage here, which does not minimize what you did. It is, however, putting it in perspective. Very clearly, you would need a battalion of clerics and a battalion of engineers, frankly, to rebuild and set this stuff up. And frankly, resources have been given to a lot of different areas. You may hear there's a war on, or at least there's been set up for one. So I guess the thing that I'm trying to emphasize is this is clearly a systemic thing which has been made much worse in the last few weeks in particular, clearly. So something to keep in mind is the nature of the systemic problem that this is addressing. Basically you're not going to be able to heal the entire town and rebuild it. But you have made a profound difference in this group of people that also are going to go out and tell people about you. So, Alarian, you had a question you were going to give me.
Yeah, so while she's healing, Mermaid's healing, Rowan is corrupting the young. I actually wanted to talk to some person who looks like there might be possibly a Urseth's leader of the group and find out, kind of taking the tack of, I just stumbled upon this situation and I know nothing about it. How did you come to be here? Where did you come from? Why is the conditions here the way they are, et cetera, et cetera? Just kind of we don't have to do the whole thing in art.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
We can summarize it.
The
but
story
I'm asking
that
the questions.
The story that you get, and it not just Urseth's leader, but basically over and over again, the story you get is the same, and it is that most of these refugees have come from the Mournland. They are mostly Siren. but not all of them. Some of them passed through the Mournland and ended up being caught up in a variety of things, because you all know yourself what it's like going into the gray, and ended up sort of stumbling through and finding their way to New Seer. There are also a number of people that had tried to live in the Mournland. That wasn't impossible, right? And then had eventually come out of the Mournland because things have grown worse. You hear multiple stories about sightings of Warforged, about people being snatched from in front of their homes.
Yeah.
You hear multiple stories. And so basically a lot of people have been fleeing, being either press ganged into or kidnapped by, or just straight out slaughtered by the passing groups of Warforged.
Marauding Warforged bands, basically.
Some of these are stories, Alarian, that you're not even sure how credible they are. People talk about seeing armies of colossi. You think this is very unlikely, because even in the Mournland, it's not likely that you'd be able to conceal them from everything. But it's probably true they might have seen a colossus somewhere, or they might have heard the sounds of ones that were like that.
Hey, Big Mike or Ed or whatever that one is still out there somewhere.
But all of them agree that this is something which has gotten markedly worse over the last, say, 6 weeks to 2 months, and that the particular swelling of the refugees is such that hundreds of refugees are coming in all the time, and that New Seer is the best option of no options at all, basically. Like, otherwise they just die, outside the town, or they, and that...
How many, do we have a rough head count of how many people are actually here?
Your guess?
I mean, I have no idea.
5,000 to 7,000.
Oh my God. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
But you would guess, from what you're told, probably 2,500 of those have shown up in the last week.
Okay.
Yeah. That's what you get basically from them, Alarian. And I should say, in other circumstances, I might have asked you to make persuasion checks. These people are happy to tell you whatever the hell you all want, because they are very happy with you. You get multiple offers of, like, if there's anything we can ever do. And, like, some of them offer to, like, go along with you and, like, act as your guards. You, I assume, mostly turn those down gently, because, like, the idea, like, you have several people, like Rowan, your group at one point is kind of like, we're going to flank out behind you, and we're going to sort of be like, and they're like, we'll, you just tell us who to steal from and we'll do it. And you have to explain that's not exactly what I meant, whatever. All of them are sort of clearly fascinated by you. And as I say, they pull the carriage out of the mud eventually.
I think the important thing, that I try to spread is, the most important thing that you can do now is not to give up hope. Things will improve. We will take what we have seen back to people who should be able to help you. So rest assured, this is not the only day that this will happen, that aid will be coming. That's kind of what I tell everyone, and tell them to spread the word.
Okay.
And just hang on, and help will be coming.
Okay. They nod, and they all, again, I'd have run out of ways to describe how grateful they are. I do want to mention one last thing with everybody before we keep moving here, and that is, there is one, I guess the way that I would put it for all of you is, there's something very odd about the level of this and the speed with which this thing has gotten to where it is. You can imagine a tent camp, a refugee camp, that then collapses over the course of weeks to essentially just absolute destruction. And I'm desperately trying to avoid modern event references, but I think we can all kind of consider them in our own minds about situations where this might have occurred. But there was a very clear cause and effect as to why that happened, is specifically, like, and who continues to be responsible for it. This is a situation where it seems like the government, the nominal government, had kept this camp, like this town, going in bad shape but doable, and now it's collapsed into this. And it's not clear what's happened to cause that. But that includes even, why are there rats randomly just like, there's just stuff that doesn't quite fit all together in your mind.
There's got to be an outside force. I've already decided there's some sort of outside force focusing in on this place, and I don't know exactly what it is, but
just seems strange.
I mean, rats are rats are rats. Where there's opportunity, they will arrive eventually.
But a rat surge, though. But yes.
In fact, so this is one of the things that I was curious whether I wanted to do, so I'm going to do it anyway.
Okay.
After I finished talking to those kids, I literally walk away from the scene.
Okay.
Because I've corrupted the youth. My job here is done.
He admits it.
I want to see whether in any of the typical areas where potential uncleanliness would lead to disease, whether it looks like any of those situations were manufactured. Like whether people are leaving dead bodies in ditches.
Yeah, you don't see that. You do come across you don't come across dead bodies. You do come across most of the people in your area now are pretty much healed from what they were. Although, again, if conditions stay as they are, they're going to be sick again in a couple weeks. But you know, at least for the moment, you don't get any sense of that, Rowan. It's the scale and the speed that seems so unusual to you. But you don't see any obvious examples like, why is there this random, fetid water pool that's been clearly man-made here? You know what I mean? You don't see any of that. There's not a lot of great maintenance being done, clearly. There's no, work being done on this per se. And you have yet to see, you've seen maybe one or two things that might pass for guards, sort of dressed in the dirty livery of Seer, sort of wandering around, but, not anywhere near enough to be able to manage whatever this is. So you don't have any obvious clues that show you this, but man, does this, literally and otherwise, stink to high heaven.
The latrines alone. I mean, for real, actually.
London in 1610, let me tell you. Anyway, so eventually the carriage gets moving again and climbs a cobbled street past somewhat bigger houses. Again, remember, relative to this, bigger does not mean great. To what you assume is the prince's villa. It is a large 2-story mansion with a red-tiled roof, and it's situated at the end of a tree-lined gravel drive. But you have just been en route, right? You've seen, opulence. You've seen royal whatever. This looks shabby. Now, it does not look filthy and depraved, which is what you just came from, but it definitely looks shabby would be the way to describe it. And as you're getting out of the carriage and servants dressed in this sort of green and gold livery are, checking in and seeing to the horses and so on, they too look somewhat kind of not starving, but definitely they look poorly. Their hair is not well kept really, and their clothing looks like it's been used more than a few times without being washed. And, the whole thing looks shabby and sort of downtrod. And you all yourselves, of course, are fairly dirty now too, having done all this work, except for Tantan, I suppose, who still looks pretty clean. When you are basically ready, you've had a chance to see all this, you are shown into an elegant dining room, or at least it was elegant at one time. Its walls are hung with paintings in gilded frames of cogs and gears, which depict Seer in its heyday. But most of these paintings, most of the frames themselves, look beaten up, sort of cut, dull somewhat. The dining room itself feels very much like things are run down. They must have been nice at some point, but, Seated at the head of the table...
Miss Havisham. No, sorry.
Yes, exactly. Someone croaks rosebud at you, too. Okay. All right. I'm going to show you a picture of the person that you see. Okay, you're going to see it on stream. in just a second. He said doubtfully. Okay, wait. Got to get back to the folder. There we go.
I see a guy. Or is that our
That's the ambassador.
That's what I thought. Yeah, okay. I was like, he looks familiar.
That's the ambassador whose ear I twisted.
Precisely.
Yeah. Oh, man.
All right. So here you see he is a, I'm going to move that up there.
What is he, 17?
Hello, I'm the No.
Yeah, hi, I'm the ruler here.
He is he's a handsome young man with dark hair, and he is wearing a gold crown and green robes that are trimmed with ermine, although sort of fraying, shabby, same sort of deal as I've been describing.
Ratty, perhaps?
This has to be, yes, I think that's fair to say. This must be, you would assume, Prince Orgev. And he is not alone because standing to his right is another figure who I'm going to show right now. Let's see. Okay. Here we are. And again, you will see this on stream. There we go.
Ah!
He is he's huge.
Obviously the mastermind behind everything.
So as you look at him, you can see that he is, place him in Bilito's slot. You can see that he is a middle-aged male halfling with bushy sideburns and a kindly face. And the prince smiles warmly as you enter, and he says, "Welcome. I am so happy that you have made it here from Brayland, and I am sorry that you've come under these circumstances. I look forward to speaking to you. This is my advisor on the crisis affecting New Seer." And he points and he sort of like gestures to the halfling who says, "Hello, I am Duraz Di Jarasco." And that is a good place for us to take our break. You are watching Day 77 of D&D.
Oh my God, are you kidding me?
With Infinity and Beyond, Eberron Oracle of War with the Infinity and Beyond crew. And we're about to find out what exactly Nisiana Di Jarasco thinks of Duraz Di Jarasco. And the rest of this crew in just a minute. We're going to take here about a 5-minute break. It's 10:04, so we'll come back about, let's say 10:10, little minute or two after is fine. And then we will continue until 11 as we continue with Day 2, Part 2 of the final tribute. I am joined by the amazing crew of Trent Sparks, Marie Bilodeau, currently away, Brandon O'Brien, Jennifer Brozek, and John Helfers. They're doing a wonderful job as always. We will be back in just a little bit, chat. In the meantime, please take a break, hydrate, get up, stretch, do all that kind of good stuff. And also follow the channel, support these people, subscribe if you can, and spread the word about this excellent game. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Alrighty, welcome back, everybody. Welcome all to day 77 of D&D with Infinity and Beyond. As we continue with Eberron Oracle of War, the final tribute part 2, as we are about to have a discussion with a dinner with a prince in the middle of this refugee town. So I'm looking forward to that. But when we last left our heroes, we had just found out, excuse me, that this one, right here, the one that Trent previously said, "Raw," that one there has introduced him. That's true. Has introduced himself as Duraz Di Jarasco, and who has been, who's apparently talking to the prince about these issues and so forth. And
but what was said was he has been consulting with me on the crisis, and the guy just says hello, and Nisiana takes a step forward, and she's just like, the crisis we just went through, those people are starving, the crisis, the people are diseased. I am curious to know what has already been done about this crisis, because it can't have been left like this on purpose.
And so, and thank you for the suggestion, Echo, although hopefully people do not think that Merime is actually being played by a prince. But anyway.
Two different fictional people.
Yeah, exactly.
Master of disguise.
Yeah, exactly. Is it Merime? Anyway. Merime looks really handsome. Yeah, it's very different, sort of approach. So, so there's sort of, as you say this, there's kind of, there's a sort of silence for a moment, and then the ambassador nods and steps forward and says, "I believe that Nisiana Di Jarasco, who I will allow, of course, to introduce herself in just a moment, is speaking something that all of us feel. This is something beyond, I think, what had been expected. I am aware, Prince Oragev, of the difficulties that Nusir has faced, but this seems to be of an entirely different order." And the prince nods and looks sort of like very sad and says, "Things have grown measurably worse, yes. It's something about that I wish to speak to you about during the course of dinner. Over the last few weeks, things have become impossible, and I am hoping that we can get the support we need from Brayland and elsewhere. And indeed, we may be able to help each other. There is a matter of, information perhaps that you may need as well. In the meantime, though, and he sort of lowers his head, I am sorry that this has been as... It is not something that I wanted for my people ever. I believe that we can return. We can be restored. But we need help. Now, I want to make a point here, which is that Tanton, I know that you've been, as you said, shrimped in the carriage. You did presumably, hard to move as a shrimp. So I'm guessing that you did eventually move out of the carriage and so on. When you come into the room... You can tell me whether your eyes are downcast, upcast, whatever.
Very
downcast? Okay.
Very downcast.
Would you at least have been able to see out of the corner of your eye the prince? I guess my question is, are you literally not able to see anything other than just, the floor at your feet?
It's not that he can't see anything. He's just not looking. He's focused on the floor, right? But in fact, when Ilarion put down the crate, that the thing is, he's sitting on it. Just leaning over with his elbows on his knees, looking at the floor. Okay.
So would he have glanced at, when walking in at the prince? Or
no.
Okay. All right. Okay. I'm going to have you make a perception check at disadvantage then, Tanton.
All right. I can do that.
I would also like an insight check on the other Di Jarasco when the prince is speaking. Because right now I am really
I will take. Yes, you can take that insight check.
9.
Yeah.
I want to know what he's feeling. I want to know if he's upset at me.
Okay.
I want to know if he's
can
upset at.
That sounds good. Tanton, you can judge from this that, oh my God, 30?
Yeah, I'm pissed.
Yeah,
I freaking want to know.
It's an angry insight. You're like,
brava,
yeah.
brava.
Okay,
Plus 5 to furious insight, yes.
I'll come to that. I'll come to that in just a minute. Tanton, just one quick note, which is that, so you obviously know that you're in the room with the prince because, you know, like you can hear, and that this other one has been sort of issued. But I will say that the voice of the prince seems slightly familiar. I can't give you any more info than that unless and until you ever decide to lift your eyes, in which case please tell me if you're doing that. But at the meantime, that's kind of what you have. 30, you unravel his DNA, exactly. So Nisiana, you were inciting specifically Duraz, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, you know, the king, he is young. I'm not assuming that he is doing this to his own people, but this member of my house has been sent here to help with the crisis. And from our journey in, he is doing diddly and squat. So
okay. So and
that's 2 things he's doing.
It's 2 things. And so to be clear, you insight checked him on when he introduced himself, or
no,
when
after I was asking, like, that crisis,
right? Okay, gotcha. Yep,
that we just went through.
That's right. That's right.
Crisis. Your people are starving. That crisis.
Yeah.
Because it was off of he is consulting with our crisis.
So Derez comes forward, and he nods and he looks at you, and his sort of jovial face grows quite serious, and he says, "I understand your anger. I share it. I myself have felt completely unequal to this task. I don't know whether I heard rumors that there were a group that helped people earlier today, and I assumed it was you. But I don't know whether you felt, after using all of your spells, all of your healing, and, of course, your name, Nisiana de Jarasco, is well known to me," and he kind of inclines his head respectfully. "But at the end of it, did you feel like you had stemmed the tide? That you had even done more than a drop in the bucket? For I have felt, in this town since arriving, as if I am completely incapable of addressing the larger issues that face them. I need more. There's only 3 of us here now. I need more. We need more resources, more people. We need more money. You need..." And then he finally slams his fist down on the table. The silverware rattles a little. "We need more of all of it. And until that happens, then everything that I do seems to be of little worth or value." And he lifts his hand, and you can see a faint glow of the dragon marks kind of circling around his hand. You see, under the same ones that you possess. And he steps back and he's like, "Your pardon, Prince, but when I hear my kinsman, and one from my own house, I am reminded again of the fury that I feel." And the prince nods and he says, "I understand and feel the same way. We must have resources. And he shakes his head. He says, I will be happy to answer all of your questions. Please, though, be seated. Let us have some food at least, and speak more of this matter." And he kind of indicates the chairs around the table, if you are willing to take them. No,
I
Tanton?
immediately sit first and I say, "Surely our shared fury then can commingle with the warmth of a meal while we discuss what we can do to assist."
"I would be most grateful if that were the case." And the prince notices that the rest of you have sat except for Tanton. And the prince says, "I'm sorry, my manners. You were all going to introduce yourselves. Who are each of you, please? I am Prince Orageve Wernan, as the ambassador has indicated. But what of you? And he kind of looks at each of you in turn. So I guess just Alarian, how would you introduce yourself?
By the way, I haven't sat down yet.
Okay.
I'm still during the break. I'm near the box and also near where Tanton is.
Okay.
And the mind link, I kind of tell Tanton that he should probably go sit at the table. But I will introduce myself now and say I am Alarian, a star-forged Aegis.
And the prince nods. We feel all more secure in your presence. And then he looks to you and he says, I believe now that you have been introduced by others, including the ambassador. But may I say that if you are indeed of the House Durasco, and if you are as potent a healer as I am led to believe you are from the way you helped my people earlier today, we will have much need of your services and skills. I would hear much of what you would ask that we do to protect the people, at least with the limited resources that we possess. And then he looks at you, Rowan, and he says, and, as you say, commingling fury with a meal. May I ask, in the process of doing so, what exactly your name is? Whom do I have the honor of addressing?
Tyrone Morrow. I'm a freelance envoy of this party, just trying to ensure that the best possible arrangements can be made for all parties involved.
He nods and he says, we are honored, Mr. Morrow. And then he looks at Merime and says, you seem rather silent, almost as if you are elsewhere. I wonder if perhaps... Okay, I assume Merime introduces herself elsewhere.
I'm sure. Also, over the mind link, I throw to Rowan. I'm like, you being the one who's diplomatic at first, the wonders never cease.
Respond in the mind link. Well, somebody actually has to run the grift if we're going to learn more about these two, because I don't trust either one.
Actually, what was my insight on him? That was he as angry as I am? Or
yes, I'm sorry. I apologize. It was I went through the whole thing, but the dramatic presentation, but didn't give you the insight. Nisiana, here's what I would say about the insight. He clearly expresses fury, anger, righteous rage, like the whole bit, right? And the only way I would describe it, you can actually hear him moving cups around the table. It's very, that's what happened, the rattling. But the way that I would describe it is almost the perfect level of fury and the perfect level of anger and righteousness. I mean, it was dead on cue and exactly what you would have expected. Anger with sanded off edges.
I would have expected him to actually have been pissed at me. Well, I expected him to be mad at my...
Well, if that was the expectation, he doesn't do that. But what I mean is, he sure seems angry, but it's like, textbook being angry. You know what I mean? But I'm trying to be careful about my words. You don't think he's faking the anger. You don't know whether it's directed at the things that he's claiming.
Okay.
Is the way I would put it. Okay, and then the last person is Tanton. And he comes to you, looks at you, and obviously you don't know because you're looking down. Have you gone to the table after you go to the table? Still not? Okay. So he says, I am aware that it has been a long and weary journey. May I ask why you are unwilling to join us at the table? Is there something not to your liking?
Has the food started to arrive?
I would say it's just arriving now, yeah. Brought in on covered plates.
Do we have any sense of what it is?
Not yet. You could lift your eyes to see it, but at the moment you don't know.
Just barely kind of tilting his head to the side to bring one eye up high enough to look and see what is presented on the table.
Okay. So, as they lift off the covers, as you're hearing this, you can see that it is not Syrian cuisine. It's Brailish cuisine, if you had to guess. It looks like there are these eggs, maybe thrice poached eggs with red-eyed berries. There's also a beef boronel, which is beef with bread and mushroom stuffing, which is typically served in honor of the king. Big thing to note, they look functional as plates. They're small, though. It's like a sampler. You know what I mean? These are not very, I'm fully nourished now meals. They are small portions. But they do look Brailish, Tanton, not Siren.
Do they look highly prepared?
Can you define, what do you mean by highly prepared?
Does it look of better quality than the food that we would have been distributing to citizens outside?
I mean, barely. Okay, yes, but there's so little of it. Like, you gave out to the people, like, each portion of food you gave out was like 4 times as large as this. So, like, yes, it probably is better quality, but it's
one mouthful,
almost comically small. Yeah, that's what I would say. So Tanton, you still have not introduced yourself at this point. So at a certain point, the prince kind of looks helplessly over at the ambassador, and the ambassador clears his throat and says, kind of looks down at you, Tanton. Obviously, you don't respond yet.
I contact him in the Mind League. Tanton, remember, we're here to help these people. At least be civil about it. And there's an edge of impatience in my tone.
Okay, so the ambassador sort of like looks down at you, looks up, seems a little, and he says, or go ahead, Tanton, if you want to interrupt, you can, but
No, I was just...
Okay.
Just barely nodding to what I heard from him.
Okay. So he says, this is a member...
Do not speak for me.
He stops.
And Tanton stands, looks the prince dead in the eye, says, take that off your head, melt it down, and give it to the people. You want to help? Give my portion to them. I will eat hardtack before I will dine at this table. I see talk of helping people, but you still wear that crown. Your kingdom is dead. And he sits back down on the thing and doesn't fucking move.
Does he sit on the crate, by the way?
Yes.
Okay.
Will not get off that crate.
Okay. So there's a I'd say an uncomfortable silence. Would be the way
that
to
went
describe
well.
it. So the ambassador sort of like says nothing and kind of looks, and the now I get to give you a little bit of information you didn't have before you looked him in the eye.
Okay.
Tanton, you know Prince Oracle of War because this is the last member of Seer's ruling family. He was the last one that existed. In fact, you would have known him from probably 10 years previous when he was basically just, if he's early 20s here, he'd probably be 12, 13, whatever it was at the time of the last war, at the time that the morning hit. So you were aware that the prince was widely considered to be this like charming, forceful, like in the best of ways, that sort of thing. And so when you look him in the eye, I would say you don't need insight check to see that there is a flash of recognition on his face. And sort of, like kind of looks, and I don't want to overstate that. Not necessarily that I know exactly who you are, rather that it's as if he's heard the cadence of your voice before, not your voice specifically, but people speaking to him in this manner. Let's put it that way.
Because there's no way they ever met.
Right. No, I know. They wouldn't have. Right. The recognition comes from sort of a sense of, but you would know of him, though. You would know of him. Yeah. The recognition's probably too strong. I guess the point is simply that he seems to be like absorbing it, like what it is you said. And the ambassador kind of like looks around at everybody. And Duraz says, well, it is most understandable about the level of anger that we've heard. I tried to express some of that myself. However, I must reject your insinuation, which is the greatest understatement of all time, since you didn't insinuate it, that the prince is somehow responsible for it. The prince has done nothing but attempt to get these people what they need, up to and including melting down much of his gold. Or perhaps you didn't notice as you came in that there are no gold trim anymore, gold fixings, or anything else. And in fairness, you haven't seen any gold fixings, gold trims, or gold anythings. Even these plates are on what looks like kind of rough pewter. And so the prince, Duraz says, and thus I must, and the prince holds up a hand and he says, Duraz. He looks at you, Tanton, and he says, your words are bravely spoken. And indeed, I have considered melting this down as the last of what I possess, and providing this to the people also. But I will tell you why I have not. The one thing holding the people together, at least up until a few weeks ago when things grew much worse, the one thing that held them together is the belief that someday we could come together under one common rule again. They remember the best times of Seer, when Seer was a wonder to the rest of the world, the 5 nations, Eberron itself. I am determined, though my parents are gone, though my family is destroyed, my castle sits in ruins, I am determined to bring my people back to that state. The only way they can do that I can do that, is if I give them something to believe in. More than just someone who melts down some gold and throws it to them. I am trying to bring them something which will permanently uplift them. I am remaining, therefore, as their leader, despite the fact that if I could have, I would have abdicated long ago and gone with them to heal them or die with them as I must. Now, anyone can feel free to insight check that if you wish. Go ahead, Ron.
I'm not going to insight check, but I am going to immediately respond by saying...
He sounds extremely sorry, I'm so sorry to interrupt. I just want to say, just to note before the insight checks, he doesn't sound angry at Tanton, but he also sounds angry.
Yeah.
I mean, there's this Nisiana. Now you didn't get your 30 this time. This was a 13.
Mary May gets advantage on this roll.
Okay, so
That's true.
So give Mary May that insight, and then I'll come back to you. And Rowan, I'm sorry I interrupted. I just wanted to sort of lay out some things.
Mm-hmm.
20.
So I immediately respond by going, it's honorable that you believe this so strongly. Surely several moments ago, we had just heard that several members of this community had in fact risen up in the way that you describe. And now many of them are no longer with us. Surely you can speak to what happened to them, at least. Give some sense of the work that you must have obviously done to protect them and why that must have fallen short.
And he nods and he says, well, and he sort of stands up from the table and he says, if you will, and he goes to behind him. There's a door, double door behind him, and he opens it, and he says to one of the servants in the room, bring the torch. And servant goes and gets a torch, a lit one, comes in, and the prince says, show them. And the servant puts the torch inside the chamber and lights it up. And you see 2 empty suits of what look like Syrian livery armor like kind of what you saw from a couple of those guards that I mentioned that were wandering around. 2 empty ones. And you see 2 helmets that have been basically battered in and broken beyond repair. And he says, those suits of armor belonged to my 2 chief lieutenants in the guard. Both of them decided to put down the uprising that you mentioned in the way that you described. Both of them have been executed. This is what remains of them. And I have told the people this. I did not ask for that revolt to be put down in that way. In fact, I was not aware there was a revolt until I was told them by these same 2 people. My people in general are in such deep trouble, such stress, such worry, that they have begun to engage in acts like this without my permission, without my say-so. If I could, I would have brought back those people and killed these guards 1,000 times to make up for the injustice that was done. It was inconceivably wrong. And he nods to the servant who kind of brings the torch back out, and he says, that does not solve all of what the people face, or even come close to it. But I was not responsible for giving that order.
To be sure, though, you just described painful revolution as a thing that needed your permission to take place, a thing that is still separate from your own moral intent, a thing that we have reason to believe is not the case based on the rest of your presentation here at this table. Perhaps what the people need isn't to rise up against you, but for you to assure them that you are rising up with them. Have you had a single warm conversation with any one of your constituents since that day?
And he says, this thing that you're describing happened just perhaps 4 days ago. And in that time, I did try to speak to some of the people in the town. There was great confusion around what exactly happened and who ordered it. Indeed, even the people that here, they may themselves, I suppose, have been misled. It doesn't matter in the end. They did not have authority to act this way. They deserved the fate they received. But there was great confusion among both the people and those who were responsible for, and he kind of sort of takes a deep breath, putting it down as to what happened and why. I have tried to have warm conversations with these people, and I believe that in the end we will, as you said, rise again. I don't wish the last legacy of Seer to be its worst mistake. But I am...
Sorry, go ahead.
But I am one person. I am making what changes I can as quickly as I can, and that is why I'm glad you were here. For I would seek more help to try to help these people. And also, I must acknowledge that I don't understand why things have grown this bad at this level this quickly. Nusir has struggled for some time, but to struggle like this? And he shakes his head. It is not something that I understand or have been able to address. And Diraz says, that is true. The people here, the situation with the rats, I have been unable to determine myself what has led to it. But rats like this and the level of plague they possess, and he looks at you, Nisiana, well, surely you saw it. It's treatable, yes, but it seems for some of these people as if they've been ill for months and months instead of receiving the plague within the last several days. It moves at a speed I have never seen before.
I believe that you are correct. You need our help. We came here for help from you, but it seems it is more important right now to find the source of this corruption. From the speed, from everything everyone has said, it is a recent occurrence. And it is probable that there is an outside force involved in this. We all have reason to be angry. This I understand. I will seek to understand more tomorrow when I've had some rest and some time to think about this and some time to pray. Forgive us for
go ahead, I'm sorry.
Forgive us for being raw with our emotions, because we have been through much.
And there's a pause as they both sort of look at you, and the prince inclines his head and he says, "As you say, we all have good reason to be angry. And he shakes his head. In particular, my advisors have been, if it must be noted, angry in particular with Brayland. There is a sense that Brayland, having set up a refugee camp almost within its borders, has then forgotten that we exist. I'm sure that King Borinel is occupied looking at other things, but I cannot but think that there is something not symmetrical about the treatment that Brayland gives its own, as opposed to that it gives to the people of Seer. Perhaps that is because of the frustrations, the angers, the ancient hatreds, but I would like to think we had been beyond that.
Perhaps that is the point of what is happening right now. Perhaps you are meant to be angry with Brayland and King Borinel. Perhaps you are meant to feel isolated and need to turn to someone else. But we are here now, and we will deal with this.
The ambassador clears his throat and he says, "Indeed, we are also in need of some assistance. As was mentioned, there is a threat that you know of as well, Prince. It is the threat posed by the Lord of Blades." And the prince nods and says, "Indeed, and I may be able to help in that regard." Now, while this is happening, by the way, there is food that's made available that I've already described, so you can, or you may or may not, be willing to partake. That's up to you. Also, thank you for the resub, Tom. I appreciate it. Good to see you.
Yeah. Nisiana is going to eat because 1, she's exhausted.
Okay.
2, she's probably hungry. 3, she's offered an olive branch, so she will at least follow up her words with actions.
Okay. Alarian, I know you don't eat, but what?
I make sure my portion goes to Nisiana because she's the one who's done the most heavy lifting today.
Gotcha. Rowan,
and yes, I don't need it, so absolutely.
Okay, Rowan, are you eating of it?
I'm doing this thing where, in order to mirror what the prince is doing, I am making as if I am eating, but I never actually finish eating. Only so there's always enough food for me to continue mirroring.
Got you. And then
Rowan, you are actually dining. You're not like illusionary eating, right?
No. Like I am still picking up the spoon, bringing it to
nibble,
my mouth,
yeah,
talking,
exactly.
Putting it back down.
Okay.
And Tantin, you are still on the crate, so I assume you're not eating any of this stuff.
Pulled out a piece of hardtack from one of his pockets and is nibbling on that.
Okay. I will note that the last course, such as it is in the dish is a piece of what looks like kind of a greenish cake that tastes vaguely of lime with cream. But Tanton, you would even know it, I think, from the smell at least, that this is probably Siren limoncello cake. It's a particular kind of dessert that used to be a big deal back in Sear. It's like, a bite of it. But, yeah, the cake is a lie. Yes, indeed it is. So there's that, too. When the dinner is complete, as you're discussing all of this, when the dinner is finished, and it doesn't take long because there aren't, like I said, there's not a lot of food, the prince sort of sits back and says, I was hoping that we would be able to see something of the item that you have brought. I was told that it was an item of some significance, and I'm hoping that it will make what I then have to tell you about the Lord of Blades that much more valuable. There is, of course, a reason I'm asking this. It is so that I can present the needs of my people in the most practically effective sort of light. But I wondered if you would be willing to demonstrate this item, or at least show it.
We are unable to demonstrate how it works, but you can at least look at it.
And he nods. He says, that is, of course, understandable.
I look rather pointedly at Tanton, who's still on the crate.
And there is a pool of tears on the floor between his feet.
Oh, nice.
But he does get up and open it.
So when it's pulled out, there's sort of a, bring it up, basically. There's a, not a gasp, that sort of thing, but there's sort of a general, like the prince kind of looks at it. Diraz sort of nods as he's sort of like, sizing it up almost. And then, as you are sort of looking, almost people are kind of gazing at the oracle.
Oh, fuck it. This thing talks. I'm going to be pissed.
See that smile?
Protocol.
See that smile right there?
All right. Let me get my notes together because I can write it down.
Suddenly, a puff of purple smoke comes out of the oracle.
Kill it with fire.
And there's a whirring sound. And it says, protocol for... No, I'm just kidding. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that. It doesn't say that.
God.
No, it doesn't say that.
Undead siren activated.
It says, when times are dark, look for the serpent hiding among the trees. And it falls silent. And so everyone is, silent along with it. And then the prince says, is it supposed to do that? And Diraz says, fascinating.
Not as fascinating as you immediately imagine, sir.
Exactly.
You have no idea.
It has a
it is noteworthy that I was very jovial when we were having dinner and immediately become stone-faced.
Yeah.
At their amusement in the thing.
Yeah.
I think they more look stunned that it actually activated.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They're as surprised
yeah.
as we are, basically.
Yeah. They're sort of like, they're kind of like, what just happened?
Occasionally, and Laren will speak on this, occasionally it will do something of that nature on its own. I assure you there was nothing we did, but apparently bring it here and unveil it.
And
why it activated, we do not know. However, the words it stated apparently have some bearing on our current situation.
And Nisiana repeats them. When times are dark, look for the serpent hiding among the trees.
And Diraz says, so this thing, it acts without you activating it. It just provides words like this every so often?
It can be activated a different way, which I can explain later. However, it has been doing that more recently. The problem is activating it on purpose is like sending up a magical beacon across the land. It is basically almost telegraphing, not telegraphing, it is signaling where this thing is. Which, of course, we do not want the Lord of Blades to know.
It will also call the worst of the worst here.
The prince kind of like sighs and says, if what you say is true, then this suggests that we are even in more danger from having this thing around than not. Has there been attempts made to destroy it?
Yes, there have.
Several.
Yes, you are in
we have made several attempts with our own bare hands.
But our need is great, and this was your request.
And he nods. He says, indeed it was. But I wonder why the Lord of Blades wishes to have it.
Because in the Lord of Blades' possession, all of the fears we have of its use are no concern for him.
Now, what it does is it gives you assured plan of victory in any battle. Any general wielding this cannot lose. The Lord of Blades will take their army and march across this entire continent, raising it to ashes. There will be, pardon my bluntness, all will be reduced as Seer is. There will be nothing left if it falls into his hands. He will not care what it summons. He will not care what it signals. All he will care is that he can use it to utterly destroy his enemies. All of them.
Before Tanton speaks out loud, I want to make sure that I remember this correctly.
Okay.
We have been told, specifically by Solrin, that one of the reasons that the Lord of Blades wants this is that the Oracle of War, when used in conjunction with the Oracle of Bones, will tell him where the forge is.
Yes, although the Oracle of Bones may help him already, but this would like vastly speed up the process. Okay. Yeah.
So, Tanton looking down at the thing and says, Lord of Blades already possesses another oracle, the Oracle of Bones. When combined with this one, he can find the Forge of Making. And with that, and he just sort of lets that sentence hang in the air because he figures the prince probably knows exactly what that means.
Yeah, and the prince kind of like leans back. Thought within thought within thought with it, right? Like you could, and the prince looks back, and someone used the term before, might have been John said this about it, stunned. That might be the best way to put sort of what the prince is thinking about as he puts this through. And after a good 15 seconds of silence, during which the prince is really like, he says, so, this Oracle of Bones, he has that. He wants this, and then the Forge of Making. And he sighs heavily and he says, yes. Then it must be the case. And he kind of looks over at Diraz, and Diraz kind of looks back at him. And he says,
I don't know why, but Tanton's hand is just very slowly sliding towards his crossbow.
His crossbow, okay.
But go ahead.
Then you must, yeah. Then
Nisiana, I've been thinking Nisiana has no spells. She's probably already thinking about where her crossbow is.
Okay.
Hey, you've got Secret Flame.
I do.
That's true.
This is what fireballs are for, you know.
I would like all of you, please, and maybe somebody can do this for Merime.
I will.
We're going to do a group persuasion check. So I'd like each of you to make a persuasion check with some of the following parameters.
Okay.
I'm going to give Tantan advantage on this check. I am going to give Mermaid is just going to be a normal check. Rowan, I'm going to give you +3 on this check. Nisiana would also give you +3. Alarian +1. So if everyone could make their persuasion checks with those sort of parameters, we're going to see how we do.
I'm going to use one of my hero points.
Okay, yeah,
25.
good time to use it.
So persuasion.
I don't think she gets advantage on that.
I need to add. I'll have to add the +3.
I'm going to re-roll that because.
Oh, what does my hero point do again?
Your hero point allows you to add, I believe it is D6 to your roll.
Oh, I thought it would let you go at advantage. Well,
no, it's not advantage. No,
okay.
but it lets you go 1d6 to it.
Okay, so 10.
So I am going to use a hero point.
Great.
And I am going to use
3. So 16.
Tides of Chaos.
Tides of Chaos, yeah.
Tides of Chaos. Okay.
Oh shit! No.
We're going to do that, and then I'm going to ask everyone for their final.
So
because we have a lot of modifiers going in here.
yeah, that Alarian 20 is actually Merame.
Okay.
And then Merame is going to give me Bardic Inspiration.
Okay.
I get to roll a D12 because my persuasion is shit. But I get a +1. Thank you for that, by the way.
No problem. Welp.
I was almost going to abdicate to her anyways. I'll roll the D12 because why the hell not? But clearly I'm not the one who's going to be making the case here.
Okay.
All right.
So that's
4
19
plus, big old 8 for me total.
23.
All right.
26.
Yeah, just as you're calculating it. So Tantan, what was after all that's done? What
25.
25. Merame got
non-natural 20.
Okay.
A non-natural 20.
Rowan, once you have all of that checked, what did you end up with?
26.
Okay. Nisiana?
16.
16. And Alarian, you had a what?
A big old 8.
Okay. So everyone's like, they're like, fascinating, and then Alarian's just like, punches himself in the face. Punches himself.
Just gears spinning very loudly.
Yeah, exactly.
Must reboot.
Yeah, exactly, Guy Shield. Alarian's more combat than talking. It's not really, you know.
I mean,
he can talk. It's just, you know, they're not.
I have other people
When you
doing
think
my
about it
talking for
narratively,
me.
when you think about it very narratively, Elarian's frustration is, we just described to you verbatim in great detail exactly how bad the situation is. What more do you need to hear from
Yeah, I
us?
suppose.
Meanwhile, Rowan is, I am willing to continue telling you this story for as long as possible, so you can just shut up and listen to us.
All right. In general, though, that is... Okay, I'm sorry. I know I just asked this. Tantan, you said 26?
35.
25.
No,
26.
25.
25.
25 for me.
Merame was a 20. Rowan was a 26.
Yeah.
Right? Nisiana was a 16.
Correct.
And Alarian
And
was...
I wrecked the curve. Thank you very much.
You needed... that means that 3 of you got the persuasion check, which was enough to turn the good persuasion check. Okay.
There was a different way I was going to persuade him if he didn't start getting answers, but yeah.
Again, that's what the ability to turn rooms into fire is for.
I was going to see the might of this fully armed and operational Starforge. Oh, sorry.
I would like someone to note, and maybe Jen, you can do it as one of the keepers of the group notes, if you don't mind.
Okay.
Maybe just note it as, it's not a legacy event, but just note it as good impression on the prince. That'll be something that will come into play maybe later, depending on how things play.
Might I speak
Prince, what's his name?
I'm sorry, say again?
You're going to have to spell that.
Yeah, spell his name, please.
Oh, Prince Orgev. Oargev.
E.
There are
V as in
consonants
Victor.
in his name.
No, V as in Victor.
Oh, V.
Okay, go ahead, Ron.
Right, so as everyone's still monitoring the thing, I take the oracle up. I'm holding it in my metal.
Really heavy.
It's heavy.
Yeah, dude, I don't think you can lift it. It's the size of like a large chest.
You could lift it if you're like, you know what I mean? Like, you probably could maybe barely lift it, maybe.
No, so I'm holding one side with my metal arm, and I gesture to Ilarian to help me.
Okay. Give you my usual blank look, which is actually quizzical. I'll pick up the other side.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And as we're putting it back where we found it, I'm saying we have been given the responsibility to monitor this object, not because it necessarily gives us an upper hand, but because no matter what state it is presently in, it is a risk to anyone who either possesses it or does not, so long as the Lord of Blades still aims to have any goal that ends in destruction. And as we finish putting it back. So what matters most is not that we have it or what it can tell us. No one in this room even knows what that last quatrain even means yet. What matters is, so long as we do have it, we have both the duty to continue working toward the Lord of Blades and the mild disadvantage that it can only tell us so much that ever actually gives us any guidance into what to do next. Which means that what remains is the only actual advantage we do possess. The ability to make Seer strong, the ability to discover what obvious wickedness takes place here with the deliberate intention of continuing to disenfranchise you, and taking that opportunity not only to continue leading the Lord of Blades astray from the Forge of Making, but to potentially gain any upper hand that your position, your people, or your status can afford us when we make this place clean again. But that's something you have to want for your people, because they haven't heard you tell them so yet.
And he kind of nods slowly, and he says, "You speak some wisdom, Tyrone Morrow. Perhaps there is something to be done in a direct appeal. But appeal, of course, as you said before, words are one thing. As one of you said before, words are one thing. Actions are another. And it is actions that we will need to turn to as well." And the ambassador clears his throat and he says, "Well, you have heard how these brave adventurers have made a stand against the tyranny of the Lord of Blades. As the surviving member of Seer's royal family, I'm sure you know what must be asked next. The honored member of House Cannith has said that the Forge of Making..."
Was he referring to Tantan when he said that?
Well, yeah. How do you want me to refer to him? Like, he's got.
I was going to say, just
sorry, just say don't Tantan.
Didn't introduce himself.
I did tell the ambassador on the ship, don't use it. Don't use.
Okay, so then he would. That's fine. So, well, because he didn't say anything. I get. All right, so that's fine. He won't say that. He'll just say that as Tantan has told you, and I guess you won't take offense at it because he's trying to at least give a name to refer to you, as the guy sitting on the crate has told you.
Preach, guy.
The forge in the ruins of Making is critical if we are to stop the Lord of Blades from accomplishing what he will, and what Tyrone Morrow has told you is his ultimate goal, and what Ilarion has explained to you will result in the destruction of Corvair. You, as a member of Seer's royal family, should be privy to that location. Will you share where to find this facility and help us stop the Lord of Blades?" And so the prince kind of like steeples his fingers, right, and leans back and says, "Diraz, what is your view?" And Diraz says, "I think this information that Braylon seeks sounds very valuable. A donation from King Boranel in return could fund many more of our healers," and he gestures to Nisiana, and emergency food supplies and so on. I would say 100,000 gold pieces perhaps might suffice. Now, to be clear, 100,000 gold is an enormous sum. And he just sort of throws it off that way. And the prince sort of like, clearly the ambassador is kind of like his eyes widen slightly as if, wow, that's a lot. And the prince thinks about it and says, I imagine that everyone is in a difficult position financially. But if I am to make actions speak louder than words, then I must have resources with which to do it. I cannot, Tanton, and he points to his crown, I cannot, by melting this down, heal my people and feed them. Perhaps by speaking to them I may inspire them slightly more. But I can do something to help them. Yes, I am grateful to King Borinel for letting me establish Nusir. But if my people are to be protected, I need funds to right the wrongs plaguing this town. I must figure out a way to provide proper security, food, health for them. In exchange, that 100,000 gold seems like a reasonable investment. And in exchange, I will provide the location you seek, although it has been a secret within my family for generations beyond count. And the ambassador is kind of like, that amount is higher than I can approve without consultation, and I would need to speak to both the king and the members here, and he kind of looks around at all of you, before we go ahead with any such
Stop.
order.
When I look at the ambassador, and then I look back at the prince and his advisor. Let me get this straight. And I start floating forward slowly.
I will actually put a hand on your shin.
Nope, shrug it off. You know.
The shin shrugs off. Okay.
I keep moving. You can't stop me. You know the ultimate location the Lord of Blades wants to reach. You've known it all this time. You know, because we have told you, that if the Lord of Blades reaches this location, this entire continent will be a wasteland, a ruin, bereft of life. You have the power, and I'm still coming forward, by the way. And if the guy tries to get a hold of me, it's not going to go well for him.
No, he's just sitting there.
You are holding the entire population of millions of people in your hand right now, Prince. So I advise you to think very carefully before you try to extort any other kingdom. That, by the way, will be destroyed along with yours by withholding this information. I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation. I thought you would have, given the swell of people coming to your town, but apparently, as Rowan has said, Tyrone, I would remember that, I wouldn't call him by his real name. Tyrone has said you are not walking among your people, you do not know what is happening here. The influx of the survivors of the Mournland say they are already being kidnapped or just killed by marauding Warforged. That is the advance guard. Probably any day now, but let's say within a matter of weeks. I'll give you a month. The rest of that army will be here. And you won't have a refugee city or a nice house or anything to rule over because you decided to wait and make Brayland pay for the information that could save everyone's life right now. Now, I want you to tell us where this thing is right now.
So he sits and
by this time, I am looming fucking over
I know.
him.
Yeah. So he looks up and says, yeah, more or less.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
And he says, I appreciate, in fact admire, your commitment to the causes you have fought for, more bravely than presumably I could ever imagine. But I will not be lectured to about destruction and devastation by a representative of a country which has treated us as a garbage can within which it has chosen to throw its refuse. These people are my responsibility. These people that your nation has thrown together in this camp it laughably calls a town. No, I will not be lectured by you about what I am to accept or not accept. The Lord of Blades is a threat. To have the Lord of Blades destroy the rest of Corvair would bring it simply to the level of the people that I must watch suffering every day. Now, he literally is just staring. None of you, by the way, need insight checks to know that this seems, okay, maybe he's lying, but damn does this seem legit. He seems extraordinarily angry, albeit with a certain reserve of diplomacy at maybe. And you can see by the way, you can hear the ambassador is like the ambassador is very much like, type of thing. I was just sorry. I was staring directly into the camera. I saw somebody waving at me at the same time, so I apologize. Go ahead, Ron.
While the prince is speaking, I reach into my pocket, draw like 3 very old, very dented, very broken Salvation minted coins and just throw them on the dining table towards the prince.
And the prince sort of stares at the coins. And is there a meaning
from
in
one
these?
From one broken city to the other, this is no longer about status. My colleague is telling you that sometime soon your very body will be forfeit.
I do not lecture. I am making you a promise that this will come to pass. With every day you wait, it becomes more likely. But do as you wish, Prince, and then when you are standing among the dead bodies of your kinsmen, I hope you realize the sacrifice that you tossed them to in the meat grinder of the Lord of Blades' army. And I hope at that point, your demand was worth it. And I turn and go back to the box and just stand there and just stare at him.
So I put my hand up as if immediately trying to deflect from more hostility. And then I get up and lean towards the prince and go, several months ago, among our duties was the attempt to protect salvation from a strike not unlike the one we know is coming for you soon. Not unlike the one we believe is the end result of all of this spite that has been landing on your city for this long in the first place. We did that with our bodies and with the bodies of our kin. We did that with the acknowledgement that no one is lesser or greater than anyone in a trench. We are telling you that the stakes are this high and are not on foundations of gold or rank, but of bones and blood. If there is a thing that we need to wait on in order to get your approval, we are willing to do hard work in order to earn it. If we have to spend gold to earn it, there is not enough on Earth that will stop the Lord of Blades from pushing past the wall of it and towards your throat.
And Diraz says, I cannot understand why you would accept. And the prince raises a hand again and he says, Diraz. And he rubs his temple. There is justice in your claim. My father made many, many mistakes. One of them was believing that his people had superior needs to any others, and I don't wish to make his mistakes. But I also have a responsibility to them. I must have a little time to consider. A few hours to consider what must be done. I hope you will at least grant me that, and that you will know it comes from a place of a desire to help my people, and not from a place of misunderstanding what lies before us or me, unless you do not have things laid to your specific doors. And he kind of stares right at you for a minute, Ilarion. And
I give him no response whatsoever.
Okay. And the
time is fine.
Time is
not
fine.
a lot of it.
Well,
but time is fine under one very small condition.
Which is?
A very strange, curious even, but I think honorable one. If you have to take time to think, you're not allowed to take it inside this domicile. Take it on the street.
He nods and he says, "There I think you speak wisdom. I will take 2 of my guard with me, but they will be at a distance."
I would also suggest that while you're thinking about it, the rest of us, rest. We've done much. And we need to step back for a moment. While you're thinking, we also need to do some thinking.
He nods and he says, "That is entirely reasonable." And he stands up and he speaks to one of the servants briefly and then says, "We have rooms prepared for you, such as they are, and you will not be disturbed within them. While you rest, I will go forth to be among my people again."
One last question for you, please.
Of course.
Your counselors, there's 3 of them, you said?
Well, Duraz said that there were 3 of the other healers of House Tarasco.
So, okay, then, well, but she will say...
Yeah, he did say there were advisors, yeah, a couple of his advisors.
How many advisors do you have?
Only 2 main ones, and then several that are more town representatives, perhaps.
How long have these advisors been with you?
Oh, both of them since before the morning. In fact, they served in my father's council.
Then perhaps they also should take separate thinking walks.
I will see that they do so.
Like to make an offer.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that first word.
I said I would like to make an offer.
And he looks at you and says, "A time ago it seemed like you would have liked nothing more than for me to offer to abdicate. But yes, any help
That time is not completely past, but I suspect that I might be able to help you in the city. I am not nearly so exhausted as my compatriots, but that," and he points again at the crown, "is a symbol. And symbols have power because we allow them to. If you wish to garner again the devotion of your people, to show them that you mean what you say, then I will walk with you. We will go somewhere gather some of the people around us, and I will help you melt that down. And in doing so, show them that the trappings of your office are not what make you a leader. It is your willingness to sacrifice for them that makes you worthy of being followed.
So he kind of looks at you and tilts his head. I sense in you, Tanton, something that resonates with my own spirit. Perhaps going with someone who might in another sense have been a kinsman of mine would be of great value. And as for my crown, it is, as you say, a symbol. If we can make that burn bright, then let it be the flame that begins the rise of my people, out of the ashes to which they have been reduced. I accept your offer. So, as to sort of zoom the camera out for a second, as Tanton heads out, as Tanton heads out with Prince Orgev, as Nisiana, Rowan, and Alarian, and Merame head to their respective rooms, or head to their room where, some discussion I imagine would take place.
Separate rooms or a common room?
There is a common room in the middle of this. You can basically be wherever. They can separate you, or they could put you in a common room, which is going to be a little less,
Actually, prefer to have my own room because I have a reason for it.
Sure, they can do that.
Okay.
And I would say, I'll give you folks a chance to talk to each other, but after, I would say, a couple hours of the beginning of this rest that you're having, while Tanton is heading out with the prince, you are awakened, I would say, or you are disturbed, let's put it that way.
Arv, can you hold that thought for a second? I'm sending you a message.
Yes.
Oh.
Let's see. Slaughter my compatriots. No, just kidding.
God damn it, not out loud, not on the mic, man.
Now I reveal that I am the... No.
I'm the Lord of Blades.
Yes, damn it. There never was a Starforged.
Exactly. I've been hiding out in plain sight.
Okay.
Yep. Okay, go ahead.
So there is a knock on, let's say, the secret is revealed, capture the murderer, exactly. There is a knock on Nisiana and Merame's and Rowan's door, like either the common area where you are or your individual rooms, basically. And when you open the door, are the three of you are all resting though, right? I assume, because you were trying to actually rest, mechanically rest?
Nisiana wanted to mechanically rest.
All right.
But...
Rowan, are you mechanically resting?
Yes.
Okay. And
Merame would have been
same.
two.
That's
She
what I
blew
thought.
past her first and
So
second level
Nisiana,
spells,
at the end of your long rest, let's say, okay?
Okay.
There's a knock on the door, and assuming you do open the door,
Yes.
a servant, her face pale, is standing in the corridor. I'm sorry to bother you, but it's Ambassador Ilgarad. I think he's dead. And that's where we're going to end our session for today. Tanton with the prince with the people, everyone else resting, and the ambassador's been killed. Oh, what?
Cool.
Well.
So my
My
supposition that somebody is trying to drive a wedge between Braylon and Nusir is correct.
Here, yep.
Woo! We had to put our role-playing shoes on, people, with that one.
The big role-playing pants, yes. Absolutely.
Role-playing pants. Very good stuff, as always, from everybody. And I think Prince Justin said something which struck me in the same way. Prince Justin said earlier, let me find it exactly. Oh yeah, this is really prickly and thorny and wonderful, even if I came halfway through. And I would agree with that. This was always going to be a sort of in the game difficult interaction, because at some level, the impression is, now again, we don't know the details of who's doing what and who may be hiding secrets or agendas or whatever, but there is definitely a sense that at least someone here is coming about, not counting the King Citadel, someone is coming about their fury sort of honestly, right? That there's an amount that they're like, don't you effing tell me what I'll, that sort of thing. And that everyone in a way, like it's one of those deals where no one's wrong really, and no one's exactly fully right. Because the only way that this works is if people take a step away from what feels like righteousness to interact with each other. Side note, I teach a course in revenge tragedy. This is precisely the lesson of vengeance in literature and history, which is that the only way vengeance stops is if you do something which feels to you emotionally and even ethically the wrong thing to do, because you have the right to get back your own. But the getting back of your own ensures that the cycle continues, always. The only way it's stopped is if you turn away from it. And that's extraordinarily difficult to do. It has been done in history, but it is not easy. And so one of the things that I loved about this was the fact that we had a bunch of people who were saying the right things and who were feeling the right things. Someone's got to blink so that everybody can somehow win. And that's not easy to do when everyone's playing a kind of game of ethical chicken, I guess. And no one's exactly wrong about it. So excellent role play. This is another reason why it's good that we're doing this in a very extended campaign with experienced players also, right? Not the kind of thing I would throw on people right off the bat. So it was good stuff. So I will start with John, with you. Very much appreciated what Alarion had to do. I think it's important to recognize that Alarion having a mask for features, basically, doesn't mean that Alarion doesn't have their own frustrations that come up. And it was, of course, ones, I already knew Tanton was going to feel this way, right? But it was the fact that, which is nothing against you, Trent, I just mean that Tanton, is much more open about it. Whereas Alarion here was sort of like rendering something, which was important, that Alarion wanted to present. I think it was interesting also that Alarion did that and did not intimidate the prince, who clearly at least believes that he's in the right for whatever that's worth. And so that, I think, was interesting. And then it was interesting to see that Alarion, who often is, the sort of like stable, the one who's kind of like keeping things, was the one sort of like, now I'm going to turn the knob up to 11, and see where things go. And so that was fascinating to me. And I think was well constructed. And what happens after that, well, that's gonna be the thing that we're gonna find out about in our next session. What did you feel about today, John, and where will the lovely folks find you next?
So it was fantastic on all sides, of course, as per usual. And by the way, Arv, of course, I often extend kudos to you for handling your side of the difficult interaction. I thought both the prince and his advisor were well spoken in terms of their points of view. And I thought you did a masterful job of that. So it was really fun to play off you as well.
Thank you.
And yeah, I thought it was hilarious. You didn't even ask me to make an intimidation roll, which is fine. That's not the point. I've said a lot of times, I'm not sure.
Can I just say something about that quickly, though?
Yeah,
one of my pet peeves is GMs or DMs making people make rolls that can't work. Like, I don't give someone a roll unless it's going to work. He will not be intimidated by you.
Which
Like,
is
not
fine.
for that reason. Like, so, but I think it's an important note to make for people watching as well. I hate that. Like, don't give people a roll. Because what happens if you critically hit it and then I'm like, yeah, it doesn't have an effect. What the hell did I have you roll it for then?
Which was fine. I'd rather RP that anyway.
Yeah. So anyway, you gave me a chance to talk about a pet peeve of mine.
Yeah, no, and that makes a lot of sense. I'll try to keep this short. A lot of times Alarion will keep back and be the stoic one and let other people do the talking.
Mm-hmm.
But funnily enough, when I gave the prince this is what the Oracle of War really does, I actually had a chill in myself talking about it.
Yeah, no, I know. I could tell that people were like, "Oh, crap."
Laying waste to things. So building off of that, which I was just like, hey, you need to know what this does. And then he says, oh, but I'm going to extort, which is exactly what Alarion. And now he's got the right. a lot of moral is correct. That, hey, we've been shit on for 5 years, etc. Technically, he is correct to do this, but all Alarian heard was, I'm going to extort my position of power, the land that is shit on us, which is fair, but that's when they saw, well, it'd be blue, not red. And because he's not looking at, it's clearly, in Alarian's mind, he's not looking at the big picture. There will be no one left to survive if we don't stop him, and you don't seem to get that, Prince. Yeah. Your Majesty. So Highness. That is why.
Highness, not Majesty.
Whatever. I'll throw whatever term. I'll throw your Highnessness. How about that?
Your Highnessness.
I'll throw whatever term.
Look, your worshipness. I didn't come.
Your worshipfulness. Yeah, exactly. And so that was a very clear attempt to try to impress upon him, you will rule over nothing but ashes. It will be even worse than you possibly imagine. And it didn't work, which is fine. That's fine. I love the moment. It was great. So yeah, it was terrific doing that. Because Alarian usually doesn't get that upset over anything, except they know what the stakes are here. We, the King's Citadel, all knows what the stakes are here. Impressing that on other people sometimes is a difficult task. So yeah, it was awesome. I also loved our conversation between Nisiana and myself too.
Yeah,
on
that
the
was
nature
great too.
of evil. Mm-hmm. I really had a lot of fun with that. So this was just a tour de force by everybody. It was really good. And as me, the player, I feel a little bit bad about pushing Tanton when I know what he's going through. But as the character, yeah, Alarian's getting a little bit tired of that. But that's not something we're going to deal with right now. And that's on them. But they don't also know the depth of what Tanton's gone through because they've never really addressed it. And maybe we will in the future. I don't know. So, but awesome gameplay by everybody. I was just watching enthralled as everyone was doing this. It was just such a good time.
Good stuff, John. Thank you. And yeah, I will say that, by the way, you it's the part of every role player that's ever tried to convince a council in a video game, like Mass Effect, the council, like everybody's like, oh, look, blah, blah. You don't understand. You don't do this. Everything will be destroyed. We have our own problems. You're like, God damn it. Like someday some council is going to listen to you the first time and it's going to be like, you're right. We're totally wrong. Have everything you need.
The princes are valid. He has valid points.
Well, that's it.
His
Exactly.
Is the problem.
The prince certainly doesn't think it's extortion.
I'm sorry, they're not valid enough in this situation.
I do love the fact, by the way, that Alarian gets angriest at someone that doesn't see the big picture in their view, right? Like that's the thing that pisses them off is like, if you can't see 100 the map,
years of clarity,
what's wrong with you? Yeah.
Exactly. 100 years of clarity of knocking around this world gives you a lot of,
That's true. Yeah. So good stuff, John. Thank you. Good work tonight. Jen, also excellent work on multiple levels. Certainly trying to be the peacemaker at certain times, being like, wait a minute, stand back. And there was a lot of range there because there was also what happened to all these people. There's still the suspicion about what's going on with Diraz and like something isn't quite right, but you don't know exactly whatever, maybe you don't know. The sense that like the House Tarasco has let these people down, although did they, or is there something all of that. So there was a managing Nisiana's confusion, managing Nisiana's anger, managing Nisiana's abilities as a healer, then managing Nisiana as a peacemaker. And I did love the idea. Trent started this about reaching for the crossbow, and then you said, Jen, like also reaching for the crossbow. And I was like, because there must have been a moment where you're like, oh crap, we've blown every single spell we have. If we get in a fight, we're in big trouble. That was not to be here, but that I thought was really interesting, that there was a lot of range of role play throughout the process of this and things for Nisiana presumably to consider. Also, I also agree that I really liked the little conversation, the ribbon bracelet, while talking to Alarian about what the plane of evil is, the Nine Hells, is fascinating. And that was not something I had on my bingo card at all tonight. So really good stuff from both John and Jen about that. But I just thought it was really interesting that there was a lot of range of role play. So good job with that, Jen, of course. How did you feel about tonight, and where will the fun people find you next?
This was another one of those. It was great. I hated every minute of it. Really was. Where Nisiana is right now, the reason I asked about the advisors and how long they've been there is I was trying to determine if her housemate was new or not. And then when it was like, oh, he's had all of his advisors since before the morning, I'm like, okay, well then all of them need to go take a walk.
Yeah.
Because he's going to still lean on him no matter what.
And he wasn't referring, by the way, to Diraz there, by the way. He was, I think you knew that, but just to make sure. Like, he was talking about these other 2 advisors that he has, right. That he made reference to. So
I need to find out how long Diraz has been here. That is a thing. Because I don't trust him. I just don't trust him. That is going to be flat out to the group. Like, there's something off with him, and I don't know what it is. And the whole thing about the 100,000, I was just like, that is designed to throw a wedge between the 2 countries. And I can't tell if he's been possessed, if he knows that, or if he's just fallen prey to the fact that a lot of houses think House Durasco is greedy. And I'm like, I don't know what to do about that. As for convincing people to do things, I recently saw the movie Sinners, which is one of the best movies I've seen in a long time. And the point at which one of the characters, the voted priestess, wife to one of the main characters, says they're not haints, they're vampires. Not a single person said, no, you can't, you've got to be kidding. They all went, okay, what do we do about him? Because she was established as the woman with the mojo. It's very refreshing to see that in a movie or in a game where somebody says, this is the thing that's going on, and everybody believes you. So when John as Ilarion went after the prince with the, we're all going to die if you don't help us, I was torn. I was just like, oh, there's corruptions we have to maybe if we deal with what's happening with the city, it won't be quite so expensive to get his help. Because so that's what I'm thinking right now. Also, I appreciate you giving me a long rest so I have my spells back.
No problem. Guess who's not going to punish people for helping a group of starving, poor, desperate people? Be like, nope, sorry, you screwed it up. Should have mechanically thought about that. Like, no.
However,
no, thank you.
You are talking the person who has resurrection.
Yeah.
And we now have a dead ambassador.
It occurred to me, yes.
2 people.
Actually, I'm not the only one with the resurrection.
Yeah, we doubled up on that. Exactly.
Because she wanted to make sure if I died, for some reason, she could bring me back. So,
I mean, the murder was still committed. The crime is still committed, regardless of how we go about it.
You may not know how it happened, but okay. So, yeah, I had a really good time. Nisiana, hating every minute.
By the way, really, really quickly, Jen, I really enjoyed seeing a 17th level cleric like minister to.
Yeah.
We as players, I think, take these powers for granted a lot of times, but when you see it like, oh yeah, 100 people, sure, I can feed and heal all of them. It's like kind of amazing. Yeah. You don't see that. It is great to have an application that we actually do it in a scenario that made sense for what we were doing too.
You're not going to thrust a diseased, plague-ridden baby at my character.
Oh, no.
Have her immediately do
something. Could you put them under the wheel, the horse's hoof for more traction, please? We must be off to the mansion. Indeed. No, of course not. But it was just really awesome. Like, yeah, mass heal. Just sort of just going through that and actually helping them was great. It was just great to see.
Oh, I did. I have healed and fed as many people as possible.
Yep.
I will be next at Gen Con. John will be there as well. I will be signing at the Catalyst Lab booth. I will also be in the Writer Symposium. I'm teaching a class called The Art of the Pitch. There are still tickets. And then I'm also going to be in the Gray Shade live play, which will be exciting. Also, in August, yes, is Worldcon. I forgot to mention I am up for a Hugo, and if you can still vote, voting closes on the 23rd. I did happen to write a blog post about. Oh, that's not good impression. Oops, that's not what I wanted.
We're gonna make that a command. Just so you know, good impression.
Yeah, well, I had to move it around. I put it in two places. So
and Triffid will be at Worldcon. That's right.
Yeah, I will be at Worldcon, and I'll get to see Brandon and Greg and everybody else is not coming, which makes me sad. But I will see John at Gen Con.
John and Brandon at Gen Con, so we'll do that. Yes.
So if you are going to Gen Con or Worldcon, please come say hello. No shyness zone around me.
Yes.
So Worldcon, I'm probably going to be a nervous wreck. Just as these things go. So, but yeah, it was a good game. I appreciated getting to heal a mass number of people and actually allowing Nisiana to get angry.
It struck me that'd be a good set piece for a Honor Among Thieves sequel, like showing a cleric just mass healing people. Would be
putting the mass in mass healing. Absolutely.
No kidding. Yeah. Good stuff, Jen. Thank you, and that'll be good. Good for looking forward to Gen Con and Worldcon. Brandon, again, wonderful work from Tyrone Morrow. You'll be happy. Notice I did not forget you were using the fake name this time. But
I apparently did, but that's beyond the point.
I have this entire alias, and this is like the third time I've used it.
That's true. And I thought that you presented things. A lot of, I think what you did and what I liked about this too was that all of you took different elements and approached it. Like Ilarion is kind of like, don't you understand the big picture? And Nisiana was like, don't you want to actually help your people? And Rowan was like, don't you think we've been from a city that was largely destroyed? Like, there were multiple ways of appealing to this that I thought was right. I also loved the idea of putting, somebody mentioned it was sort of like the Rowan Street irregulars or whatever that you were gathering. But I think like beyond that, I very much appreciated the idea that everybody dealt with it in their own way. They were healing and you're like, I'm going to teach you how to steal from people, because not because you're like, haha, you're sick and injured and all I do is like teach people how to steal things. But you were like, because screw the man, because rich people are bad, because they, blah, 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 blah. And like all this stuff that made perfect sense. It's the version of Rowan, the chaotic, goodish type person who wants to do the right thing, is pissed off that these people are going through what they're going through, and is like, I'm going to help them also by getting them to not take any shit from anybody and stand up against the people that are doing this crap to you systemically. Like, which is not what everybody would do in the party, but it makes total sense that Rowan would do it. Rowan Hood is a good example. Yes, John. Doing it that way while still presenting, I'm helping people out at the same time. So I thought that was great. And again, range there. Rowan being very good, both in the broad sense, in the princes, like highly more elevated diplomatic, talking about the fate of nations. Side note, level 17, you're dealing with the fate of nations. That's what we're discussing at this level for them. We're way beyond attacking a couple of kobolds in a cave. So there's that. And then the other range, which is being able to deal with the indigent, the poor, the desperate, who are the ones that Rowan feels more comfortable with, I would imagine, and feels sorry for and more connected with. And yet Rowan, as is part of his, shtick, is capable of managing both sides. So I thought that was all covered very well. And as always, Brandon, excellent role play from you two. How did you feel about today's session? Where will the lovely folks find you next?
So this is a lot, and this is that's saying quite a bit considering that nobody died this session. But
see, it's fine.
It can happen.
Yeah, I was right. Well, a guy died, but it wasn't any of us.
Somebody died.
So I think the thing that was interesting about that framing is you are right that everybody has their strong reactions to what is happening in this area. Tanton is having feelings because this is Seer. Nisiana is having feelings because Nisiana's house has a responsibility here and has not been taking that responsibility. Ilarion has the self-awareness of decades of history to acknowledge when power and status is getting in the way of progress. And the only thing that Rowan is seeing is, this is salvation to Rat Plague Boogaloo.
Yeah. The salvationing.
And I'm like, what helped me when I was feeling low and destitute in this moment? Oh, knowing how to steal from people. So while Nisiana is literally becoming Eberron, I'm like, is there a way that I can help people become self-sufficient in a state that is manufactured against them? And that the answer to that question is just teaching you how to steal, because that's what happened to me. But also the thing about that interaction with the prince that I think is like particularly valuable is it's frustrating to see someone still cling to power and status as valuable while acknowledging that everything else is true and valid. Like, why does your status matter to you when we're telling you that you will not have a city anymore? And like the way that I wanted to play that was making it obvious that that is a point of frustration for Rowan, but Rowan is still at the table with the job of making sure the grift goes well, because nobody else knows how to con. And which is also really cool, because the way that I was playing it in my head is, in other situations, I would have Rowan would have calmed a person like Ilarion down. But sometimes you need somebody to be as angry as possible so you look like the cool head. So people will listen to you. So I played that card as well. Yep. Then the dice were like, yeah, that makes sense. Let's do that. So that's where we are now. So yeah, it is becoming increasingly more obvious that someone is setting up the situation in this area specifically to ruin Seer's reputation. And I'm kind of curious to see what that is. So yeah, I guess we need to put our Deerstalkers on next session.
Yeah, I was slightly ahead of time on the Deerstalkers.
Investigation in an RPG is broken and bad, and it's worse in D&D. So we'll see how that goes. But that's what I have Observant for. So hopefully everything goes well. I'll just stand on the street corner and just read everybody's lips for 8 hours and see if I glean anything valuable.
Side note, if you're all thinking to yourself, yeah, is there a game that really does investigation well? There's this game I've heard that's coming out in 2.5 to 3 weeks that maybe have a big focus of its gameplay. It has to do with investigations. I'm just saying.
It's called like White Light or something.
Yeah. Dark Sun, maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Dark Sun was another
Noir Shadow. I think I've heard that too. So
we are in fact talking about Grey Shade, which you will learn more about at Gen Con. Where is the next place I will be? Doing, among other things, GMing an actual play session of one of the adventures in Grey Shade. So if you haven't seen anything about Grey Shade yet, or if you're still waiting for your copy to actually arrive to you, this will be a wonderful opportunity to see what the classes do, see what one of the adventures in the book looks like. A truncated version, obviously, because it's written quite longer than 4 hours. But I think it'll be a lot of fun. I will be doing a lot of things at Gen Con, including that Grey Shade actual play, a workshop on writing speculative poetry, and hosting an open mic, as always, because that's one of the things I definitely enjoy. And then immediately after Gen Con, I will be in Redacted. And then immediately after being in Redacted, I will be at Worldcon, where I will be doing another open mic, and doing the vague sense of a show where I read some new poetry for you all if you want to discover some of the things that I've been working on very recently. And apparently I will also be announcing the best poem at the Hugos, so that's a reason why you should watch the Hugos. So that's going to be fun as well. So if you are going to be at Gen Con, if you are going to be at Worldcon, and if for some reason you are briefly in Redacted, please feel free to say hi. I very much look forward to not being snatched by the Gestapo, and having the opportunity to actually enjoy spending time with you all in con spaces where we get to geek out about poetry and enjoy all of the beautiful things that happen in our lovely genre of ours. So yeah, you can find me almost everywhere on the internet at The Rising Tides. and also at my website, which is also my newsletter called brandonobrien.xyz, where you will see what my schedule looks like very, very soon. So yeah, I think that's me. I'm sorry, my brain is hollow. Rowan was consuming all of my.
No, I get it. There was a lot going on. Thank you, Brandon. Good stuff as always. And yes, I'm genuinely so excited for you all to see Greyshade. Brandon's done a spectacular job with it, and I would like to see it get some awards because Brandon deserves them. And selfishly because it would be cool if Greyshade did that. That would be awesome. Anyway, thank you, Brandon. Talk soon. Again, Marie, for those of you wondering, so Marie was, as she mentioned, was getting over a sort of flu-like symptoms type of thing, and Marie was like having difficulty with coughing, a lot of it, and just wasn't able to sort of participate without being like cough, cough, cough every 3 seconds, which was going to be unpleasant for her. And so she went to get rest, which was the smart thing to do. So we will see Marie back here in our next session. Marie is awesome, as you all know. And you'll get a chance to see more of what Merime thinks. I think it's going to be very interesting to see Merime as part of this investigation stuff. So that'll be good. Last but certainly not least, Tren, wonderful work today as Tanton. Naturally, I expected that we would get some great role play out of Tanton about this. I appreciate it, and I've talked about this before, that when Tren plays these characters that are always have intensity to them and so on, I appreciate that intensity is not one gear, so that when things change, the most memorable example of this is when he was playing Weller in Curse of Strahd, was really pissed off at this one Vistani, basically, who he thought had done something, and the Vistani in the middle of it was like, did something, and literally, like, Weller was like, oh, like, and literally was like, okay, let me sort of rethink of what I'm imagining here, which really impressed me. That's right. And that really impressed me. And that's something that I felt a little bit here. It was not that I think Tanton came away from it being like, the prince says, really a good fellow. May have thought so. I think Tanton came away willing to assess, sort of sussing him out, maybe, see whether or not, maybe that's too strong. But at least I got the impression that there was an open-mindedness to listen to other people about some things. Whether that's the King's Citadel or whether that's something of what the prince is doing. And it became important for a variety of reasons, not just because of the fact that I love the idea that he's going out with the king. I'm thinking about like Prince. King Henry. Well, I know Prince, but I'm thinking about King Henry, going out in the battle, King Henry V going out in the battle and so on. The listening to his people, it's a very common sort of idea, but this having him go somewhere, melt down the crown, and having the people watch him, and him being there when he does that, I think that's very interesting and sort of has some own potential for, if not closure, a certain further acceptance of what happened in this terrible experience that Tanton possessed. And then also we had the moment with sort of figuring out stuff with Rowan and the arm and the switching from the gun to the rifle and all that, which is the sort of more traditional artificer. We know what's going on with that stage. Mm-hmm. That was also a lot of fun. So we got some really interesting things there going on, both in terms of role play and mechanics. And it sets up nicely for what that little sequence might look like when Tanton goes out with the prince. So, Trent, how did you feel about today's session, and where will the fine folks find you?
So one of the first things that really struck me as this is going to be was Rowan taking on the not the voice of reason, but the diplomatic position, and I was like, okay, all right, let's see where this goes. This should be fun. And then when the ambassador, I was waiting for him to start saying Tanton's
I know.
name, and I was just like, no.
That was the cue.
Because he doesn't like the ambassador anyway.
Yeah.
You're trudging about in the mud with your incredibly fancy ass, begolded robes, and not pulling these things off and giving them to people. You done pissed me off. So anyway. But when Ilarian's like, try to have a sense of decorum, and I was just like inside, I'm like, no. And all of a sudden it's Ilarion that is like looming, and then I'm like, you see,
do as I say, not as I do,
you
sir.
See the power. Yeah.
Oh my god! And when he started talking about how many gold pieces and everything, I immediately looked at Jen, immediately looked at her camera feed and watched her go. And I'm like, oh, here we go. And I was just like, this is gonna be so much fun. I love it. Oh shit, I love today. Today was so good. Yeah, it was great. It was great to get the stuff with the gun set up. Who will have a name?
Yes.
By next weekend when we're supposed
to promise a name will exist very, very soon.
Okay.
It's Sunflower. No, try again.
But yeah, the every time Tandon was like, melt that, you know, and he was like, well, it's like with campaign promises, it's like there's what they say and there's what they do, and you are fucking yourself over with me. The I think probably the high point, no, I don't want to say that yet. But the moment where they go down, because are we going to cover the moment where they're down in the city next week, or are we just going to?
Well, I mean, on the one hand, you'd be like, well, of course, because of the amazing role play. Maybe. I'm wondering, though, if the image of it isn't going to be just as amazing as, you know what I mean? Like, rather than playing it out. But,
because Tanton's going to use heat metal.
Yeah, I figured. Oh, yeah, I assumed, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And you know, but it's up to the prince to, you know, make the gesture of doing this stuff. Right. And then since Tanton wasn't really involved in everything earlier with everybody else, this is his chance to do something, because on every level he still sees these people as his people.
Yeah.
You know, and so on the one hand he doesn't want to look at them, because it's one thing for him to know what, or to have heard what happened to them while he was in Sharn, or while he was on the front lines at the war, or near them. And it's something else to see it happen from a cursed merry-go-round. And then it is something yet still to see people who've made it through all of that and are in this situation, because this dickhead is trying to, you know, quid pro quo the thing, is just like, you know, so yeah, this, I love this game. Where will people see me next? Here on Saturday.
Good stuff.
That's
right. Great work from everybody today. Chat, again, really good high-level, graduate-level role play. Good work from everybody, as always. Chat, can we get some love for the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew? Thank you so much to Trent Sparks. Thank you to Marie Bilodeau, who is not here but will be here again. Thank you to Brandon O'Brien, of course. Thank you to Jennifer Brozek, of course. Thank you to John Helfers, of course. Great work, crew. King Citadel. I will see you folks back here in our next session. Bye for now, everyone. So, and we have these two that are left over. Yeah, that was great. Again, you get moments like this sometimes in things like, for example, might be helpful if I gave you a camera, wouldn't it? There we go. You get these moments in campaigns like Curse of Strahd where, I mean, you can have a Strahd that's more humorous. I got the impression from the way Tilted was talking about it, Tilted Gaming, who plays with our community D&D crew, who is running a Curse of Strahd campaign. And he said that his has got, he defined it as less gravitas than mine. And I was like, well, I mean, maybe. I think that there's plenty of ways to do different kinds of things, and they're all interesting in their own ways. But I think the point that was being made there is that he was doing something that was maybe a bit lighter. In general, though, the Curse of Strahd gives you stuff where there's a lot more attention to the sort of the mood and the feel and all that, right? And so that was interesting to me, to watch that being played out in something like this. because this has been, there have been lots of moments of high drama in this campaign and some moments of humor. This is very much a kind of action-oriented, but I'd like to think it's action-oriented with heart and a lot of role play. And it's just an extensive campaign. It's level 1 to 20, so there's been a lot involved here. But getting something like this where you really have, as I say, people talking to each other for which there is no clear right position, right? It's not that one side believes this and one side is terrible. Like it's that both sides are understandable. Both sides are making arguments that seem rational, right? And the question is, are you going to go for the big picture position, which is the position held by Alarion in the King's Citadel? Or are you going to go with the perspective of, I'm helping my people and I'm getting what I can and using what leverage I can while I have it? And I was definitely thinking about modern situations where that sort of position has come up, and multiple leaders have had to deal with this question of, can you see the bigger picture? Can you turn away from the vengeance that's offered to you? Or the sort of leverage that's offered to you to get yours for your people? Or will you take a larger view? That's hard to do. It's very hard to do. It's easy to talk about it intellectually. It's not easy to do it actually. So I really enjoyed that a lot, and I enjoyed seeing that play out. And one of the great things about this campaign has been its variety. We've had very combat-oriented things, and we've had very much more role-play-oriented things. Last session, this session is going to be involving some role-play for sure in our next session, for sure. And then after that, maybe we sort of bend ourselves back into, there'll be some more combat that we'll get later on. But in this season 6, this final season, we're really trying to bring it, and I hope we've been able to do so, and all of that is thanks to the players. So had a great time, and really appreciate chat, you being a part of this too, because you have done excellent jobs watching this as well. And the only thing I would ask is that you continue to spread the word so we can get even more people in there. That would be great as well. But that having been said, I do need to rise up on out of here. And I'm going to do that. If you liked what you saw and heard today, I hope you will follow the channel. I hope you will check out our YouTube with !ArvTube, and thank you for those of you who are watching over there. Discord, join us with the Arvanauts in between streams. That's !ArvCord. Twitter, !ArvTweets. Blue Sky, !ArvSky. Website, arvanelleron.com. Financially, and don't forget again, GenGMs as well, !GenGMs. Financially, we are looking at !Arv Shop. That's our merchandise area. !Arv Treon is our Patreon. Really get good things for yourself and good things for the channel. Subbing to the channel, as several of you did tonight, which I really appreciate. That really helps too. You can get those custom sub badges and emotes to use here, there, and everywhere across Twitch, and also get things like helping inspire our players and stuff like that. So please consider supporting us there. And on the publishing front, !Icarus, my graphic novel from Athos Arts. Library, my Tales and Tomes, The Forbidden Library, that's my 5e adventure and sourcebook from Alligator Alley Entertainment, and Greyshade, that's my Greyshade IP, Greyshade Renegade Heretic, the Grey Assassin Trilogy, available from Athos Arts at that link. You can also get the audiobooks of Greyshade, Greyshade Renegade and Heretic. Greyshade right now from Trend Sparks, Renegade and Heretic will be coming in the fall, and you can pre-order the aforementioned tabletop role-playing game of Greyshade, being designed by Brandon O'Brien, coming out from Alligator Alley. That'll be out at Gen Con, so you can check that. You can pre-order that as well with Greyshade. That would be lovely. And as always, BLM, Black Lives Matter, important to affirm and assert the significance and importance of Black lives. Help Now, the World Health Organization page on suicide prevention. Important to reach out to others when you need help and reach out to others when they need help as well. And Ukraine, UKRAINE, to help the people of Ukraine as they fight back against an illegal and illegitimate war with bravery and courage, and send the message that we will do so for others in that situation in the future. We are going to do a raid tonight, and that is very simple. If you are not a sub, you're going to do this. The Arvanauts have landed, followed by Twitch raid, lowercase Twitch, uppercase R, lowercase AID. If you are a sub, you're going to do Arvany Hype, and then you can cut and paste, but do Arvany Roar, Arvany Hype, Arvany Smug, Arvany Love, Arvany Blown, all of the Arvanys, Arvany Arvany Rise, all the cool Arvany emotes that you have available to you when you were brought over automatically to the place we're going to go in just a second. So please do stick around for that raid and all that. I will be back to you folks Tuesday with the Fighting Fantasy Gamebook illustration stream rescheduled from last week with Tari Toons deleting the illustrations. Then I'll be over at GOG.com's Twitch channel playing Pen and Pixels and Expeditions Rome as we move into starting to turn towards the home stretch, I think. I saw it on my commit. That is funny though, Trivet, but I saw it on the channel. And of course, then at night, we're going to have the Arvoculus at returning with Citizen Sleeper. So that's going to be awesome as well. Sorry, Citizen Sleeper 2 to be accurate. So that's going to be cool as well. So join me for all of that on Tuesday. Thank you to everyone who made this an awesome stream. Thank you to my wonderful mods, Triffity Mats. Great work today as always. Thank you so much to my Patreon supporters and subscribers. Thank you to Triffity Mats. Thank you to Wispy Song, to Tom, to Tren. And thank you so much to my viewers. Thank you to Crotulus Dragon Spear, who's a mod, was lurking. Thank you to Gaia Shield, to Dragtress, to Marie. Thank you to Nonstop, who's a sub but lurking. Thank you to Radio Johnny Panda, to Sweet Pea, the Rising Tides, of course mod but was lurking there, and Unstable Deus. And most of all tonight, thank you so much to the amazing Infinity and Beyond crew. We'll see Marie back next month, but thanks to everyone who was here. Thank you to the amazing and awesome Trent Sparks. Thank you to the amazing and awesome Brandon O'Brien. Thank you to the amazing and awesome Jennifer Brozick. And thank you to the amazing and awesome John Helfers. Very much, Gaia Shield. I really appreciate that so much. So thank you. That's going to do it for me. Please stick around after this video for the raid, and I will see you folks back here on Tuesday. Until then, everyone, please be good to each other. Stick around for the raid, and much love, and have a good night.
Most folks in Eberron live their lives hoping to survive and protect the ones they care about the most.
A few do that and more, trying to help those around them, even the ones they don't know. But only one group does all that when no one else can. The King's Citadel, the ones who do the job no one else can do. Elarian, the Shield, a star-forged Aegis whose strength lies in the defense of their companions and their will to keep the Citadel and its missions safe no matter the price, even when that price must finally be paid. Merime, the Sword, a Kalashtar bard whose dreams predict doom and disaster, and who has touched the mind of a god. Her skill in battle, insight into the hearts and minds of those she encounters, and love for her sister in the Citadel is more necessary than ever, if her divinely touched spirit does not waver. Tantan, the Brain, a dragon-marked human artificer whose jovial demeanor conceals a deep curiosity, razor-sharp intellect, and long memory. He knows what he did for the last war, and he knows what it did to him. And now that he has returned to the site of it all, deep within the ruins of Seer, he knows how much worse the next war will be, unless he can stop it. Nisiana, the Heart, a dragon-marked halfling healer whose love for her sister is matched only by her desire to help and heal the members of the Citadel. She's grown wiser and more wary, and has learned that at times harming matters as much as healing. Can she keep hope and the King's Citadel alive? Rowan, the Wild Card, a human wild magic sorcerer who's played a dangerous game for most of his life. He's gone all in to save his friends, but for the first time he's learned they're not the only ones sitting at the table. Can he break through the shadows of his past and finally call the bluff? These 5 elite operatives came together to aid the salvage outpost of Salvation, where the Grey hovers nearby, a threat and a promise. With the Oracle of War, they found an artifact powerful enough to end a war, or begin one. They traveled to Sharn, City of Towers, to unravel the Oracle's mysteries while stopping assassination attempts from the terrorist organization known as the Emerald Claw. They traveled back to Salvation and into the Grey to repel a war-forged invasion and take the fight to the Lord of Blade's secret fortress, Razorcrag. They paid a heavy price to rescue hostages from the fortress, and the Lord of Blades escaped into the Grey, seeking a way to create an army of Warforged powerful enough to crush the 5 nations of Corvair. But the Citadel had more immediate problems: the Emerald Claw, and a looming war, at the same time learning that the Lord of Blades seeks the Oracle of Bones to create his invincible army. Now the King's Citadel is in a race against time to unite the 5 nations and stop the Lord of Blades before he can turn his full might against all of Corvair. They've saved Salvation, navigated Sharn, prevented disaster at Razor Crag, stopped the war with Thrain, and thwarted the Emerald Claw. But can they finally unlock the Oracle of War's secrets and defeat the Lord of Blades? Only if they remember that in the end, all they have is each other and the King's Citadel. Long live the King. Welcome to Eberron. Welcome to Corvair. Welcome to the final season of the Oracle of War.